All right. Let's see if it'll. You're in.
Okay.
We're back online.
On both?
Okay.
Yep, that says.
We're online again.
The Lord answered. Oh. Right there? Okay. The Lord answered Moses, "See, I have made you like God to Pharaoh, and Aaron your brother will be your prophet. You must say whatever I command you, then Aaron your brother must declare it to Pharaoh, so that he will let the Israelites go from his land. But I will harden Pharaoh's heart and multiply my signs and wonders in the land of Egypt. Pharaoh will not listen to you, but I will put my hand into Egypt and bring the military divisions of my people, the Israelites, out of the land of Egypt by great acts of judgment. The Egyptians will know that I am the Lord when I stretch out my hand against Egypt and bring out the Israelites from among them." So Moses and Aaron did this. They did just as the Lord commanded them. Moses was 80 years old and Aaron 83 when they spoke to Pharaoh. The Lord said to Moses and Aaron, "When Pharaoh tells you, 'Perform a miracle,' tell Aaron, 'Take your staff and throw it down before Pharaoh. It will become a serpent.'" So Moses and Aaron went in to Pharaoh and did just as the Lord had commanded. Aaron threw down his staff before Pharaoh and his officials, and it became a serpent. But then Pharaoh called the wise men and sorcerers, the magicians of Egypt, and they also did the same thing by their occult practices. Each one threw down his staff, and it became a serpent. But Aaron's staff swallowed their staffs. However, Pharaoh's heart was hard, and he did not listen to them, as the Lord had said. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Pharaoh's heart is hard. He refuses to let the people go. Go to Pharaoh in the morning when you see him walking out to the water. Stand ready to meet him by the bank of the Nile. Take in your hand the staff that turned into a snake. Tell him, 'The Lord, the God of the Hebrews, has sent me to tell you, let my people go so that they may worship me in the wilderness.' But so far you have not listened." This is what the Lord says. "Here is how you will know that I am the Lord. Watch, I am about to strike the water in the Nile with the staff in my hand, and it will turn to blood. The fish in the Nile will die, the river will stink, and the Egyptians will be unable to drink water from it."
I'm going to lock you in. You're good?
Yep.
If anybody else decides to come and read, I just have a sign I have to say, knock and tell us why you're here.
Okay.
Somebody knocks and they're like, they can't tell you why they're here, but let it be.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks. So the Lord said to Moses, "Tell Aaron, take your staff and stretch out your hand over the waters of Egypt, over their rivers, canals, ponds, and all their water reservoirs, and they will become blood. They will be blood throughout the land of Egypt, even in wooden and stone containers." Moses and Aaron did just as the Lord had commanded. In the sight of Pharaoh and his officials, he raised the staff and struck the water in the Nile, and all the water in the Nile was turned to blood. The fish in the Nile died, and the river smelled so bad the Egyptians could not drink water from it. There was blood throughout the land of Egypt. But the magicians of Egypt did the same thing by their occult practices. So Pharaoh's heart was hard, and he would not listen to them, as the Lord had said. Pharaoh turned around, went into his palace, and didn't take even this to heart. All the Egyptians dug around the Nile for water to drink because they could not drink the water from the river. 7 days passed after the Lord struck the Nile. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Go into Pharaoh and tell him, 'This is what the Lord says, let my people go so that they may worship me. But if you refuse to let them go, then I will plague all your territory with frogs. The Nile will swarm with frogs. They will come up and go into your palace, into your bedroom, and on your bed, into the houses of your officials and your people, and into your ovens and kneading bowls. The frogs will come up on you, your people, and all your officials.'" The Lord then said to Moses, "Tell Aaron, stretch out your hand with your staff over the rivers, canals, and ponds, and cause frogs to come up onto the land of Egypt." When Aaron stretched out his hand over the waters of Egypt, the frogs came up and covered the land of Egypt. But the magicians did the same thing by their occult practices and brought frogs up onto the land of Egypt. Pharaoh summoned Moses and Aaron and said, "Appeal to the Lord to remove the frogs from me and my people. Then I will let the people go, and they can sacrifice to the Lord." Moses said to Pharaoh, You may have the honor of choosing when should I appeal on behalf of you, your officials, and your people, that the frogs be taken away from you and your houses, and remain only in the Nile. Tomorrow, he answered. Moses replied, as you have said, so that you may know there is no one like the Lord our God. The frogs will go away from you, your houses, your officials, and your people. The frogs will remain only in the Nile. After Moses and Aaron went out from Pharaoh, Moses cried out to the Lord for help concerning the frogs that he had brought against Pharaoh. The Lord did as Moses had said. The frogs in the houses, courtyards, and fields died. They piled them in countless heaps, and there was a terrible odor in the land. But the Pharaoh saw there was relief. But when Pharaoh saw there was relief, he hardened his heart and would not listen to them as the Lord had said. Then the Lord said to Moses, tell Aaron, stretch out your staff and strike the dust of the land, and it will become gnats throughout the land of Egypt. And they did this. Aaron stretched out his hand with his staff, and when he struck the dust of the land, gnats were on people and animals. All the dust of the land became gnats throughout the land of Egypt. The magicians tried to produce gnats using their occult practices, but they could not. The gnats remained on people and animals. This is the finger of God, the magician said to Pharaoh. But Pharaoh's heart was hard, and he would not listen to them as the Lord had said. The Lord said to Moses, get up early in the morning and present yourself to Pharaoh when you see him going out to the water. Tell him, this is what the Lord says. Let my people go so that they may worship me. But if you still will not let my people go, then I will send swarms of flies against you, your officials, your people, and your houses. The Egyptians' houses will swarm with flies, and so will the land where they live. But on that day I will give special treatment to the land of Goshen, where my people are living. No flies will be there. This way you will know that I, the Lord, am in the land. I will make a distinction between my people and your people. This sign will take place tomorrow. And the Lord did this. Thick swarms of flies went into Pharaoh's palace and his officials' houses. Throughout Egypt the land was ruined because of the swarms of flies. Then Pharaoh summoned Moses and Aaron and said, go sacrifice to your God within the country. But Moses said, it would not be right to do that, because what we will sacrifice to the Lord our God is detestable to the Egyptians. If we sacrifice what the Egyptians detest in front of them, won't they stone us? We must go a distance of 3 days into the wilderness and sacrifice to the Lord our God as he instructs us. Pharaoh responded, I will let you go and sacrifice to the Lord your God in the wilderness, but don't go very far. Make an appeal for me. As soon as I leave you, Moses said, I will appeal to the Lord, and tomorrow the swarms of flies will depart from Pharaoh, his officials, and his people. But Pharaoh must not act deceptively again by refusing to let the people go and sacrifice to the Lord. Then Moses left Pharaoh's presence and appealed to the Lord. The Lord did as Moses had said. He removed the swarms of flies from Pharaoh, his officials, and his people. Not one was left. But Pharaoh hardened his heart this time also, and did not let the people go. Then the Lord said to Moses, go into Pharaoh and say to him, this is what the Lord, the God of the Hebrews, says. Let my people go so that they may worship me, but if you refuse to let them go and keep holding them, then the Lord's hand will bring a severe plague against your livestock in the field, the horses, donkeys, camels, herds, and flocks. But the Lord will make a distinction between the livestock of Israel and the livestock of Egypt, so that nothing of all that the Israels own will die. And the Lord set a time, saying, tomorrow the Lord will do this thing in the land. The Lord did this the next day. All the Egyptian livestock died, but none among the Israelite livestock died. Pharaoh sent messengers who saw that not a single one of the Israelite livestock was dead. That Pharaoh's heart was hard, and he did not let the people go. Then the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, take handfuls of furnace soot, and Moses is to throw it toward heaven in the sight of Pharaoh. It will become fine dust over the entire land of Egypt. It will become festering boils on people and animals throughout the land of Egypt. So they took furnace soot and stood before Pharaoh. Moses threw it toward heaven, and it became festering boils on people and animals. The magicians could not stand before Moses because of the boils, for the boils were on the magicians as well as on all the Egyptians. But the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he did not listen to them, as the Lord had told Moses. Then the Lord said to Moses, get up early in the morning and present yourself to Pharaoh. Tell him, this is what the Lord, the God of the Hebrews, says. Let my people go, so that they may worship me. For this time I am about to send all my plagues against you, your officials, and your people. Then you will know there is no one like me on the whole earth. By now I have stretched out my hand and struck you and your people with a plague, and you would have been obliterated from this earth. However, I have let you live for this purpose, to show you my power, and to make my name known on the whole earth. You are still acting arrogantly against my people by not letting them go. Tomorrow at this time I will rain down the worst hail that has ever occurred in Egypt from the day it was founded until now. Therefore give orders to bring your livestock and all that you have in the field into shelters. Every person and animal that is in the field and not brought inside will die when the hail falls on them. Those among Pharaoh's officials who feared the word of the Lord made their servants and livestock flee to shelters. But those who didn't take to heart the Lord's word left their servants and livestock in the field. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Stretch out your hand toward heaven, and let there be hail throughout the land of Egypt, on people and animals and every plant of the field in the land of Egypt." So Moses stretched out his staff toward the heaven, and the Lord sent thunder and hail. Lightning struck the land, and the Lord rained hail on the land of Egypt. The hail with lightning flashing through it was so severe that nothing like it had occurred in the land of Egypt since it had become a nation. Throughout the land of Egypt, the hail struck down everything in the field, both people and animals. The hail beat down every plant of the field and shattered every tree in the field. The only place it didn't hail was in the land of Goshen, where the Israelites were. Pharaoh sent for Moses and Aaron. "I have sinned this time," he said to them. "The Lord is the righteous one, and I and my people are the guilty ones. Make an appeal to the Lord. There has been enough of God's thunder and hail. I will let you go. You don't need to stay any longer." Moses said to him, "When I have left the city, I will spread out my hands to the Lord. The thunder will cease, and there will be no more hail, so that you may know the earth belongs to the Lord. But as for you and your officials, I know that you still do not fear the Lord God." The flax and the barley were destroyed because the barley was ripe and the flax was budding, but the wheat and the spelt were not destroyed, since they are later crops. Moses left Pharaoh in the city and spread out his hands to the Lord. Then the thunder and hail ceased, and rain no longer poured down on the land. When Pharaoh saw that the rain, hail, and thunder had ceased, he sinned again and hardened his heart, he and his officials. So Pharaoh's heart was hard, and he did not let the Israelites go, as the Lord had said through Moses. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Go to Pharaoh, for I have hardened his heart and the hearts of his officials, so that I may do these miraculous signs of mine among them, and so that you may tell your son and grandson how severely I dealt with the Egyptians and performed miraculous signs among them, and you will know that I am the Lord." So Moses and Aaron went in to Pharaoh and told him, "This is what the Lord, the God of the Hebrews, says. How long will you refuse to humble yourself before me? Let my people go, that they may worship me. But if you refuse to let my people go, then tomorrow I will bring locusts into your territory. They will cover the surface of the land so that no one will be able to see the land. They will eat the remainder left to you that escaped the hail. They will eat every tree you have growing in the fields. They will fill your houses, all your officials' houses, and the houses of all the Egyptians. Something your fathers and grandfathers never saw since the time they occupied the land until today." Then he turned and left Pharaoh's presence. Pharaoh's officials asked him, "How long must this man be a snare to us? Let the men go so that they may worship the Lord their God. Don't you realize yet that Egypt is devastated?" So Moses and Aaron were brought back to Pharaoh. "Go worship the Lord your God," Pharaoh said. "But exactly who will be going?" Moses replied, "We will go with our young and with our old. We will go with our sons and with our daughters, with our flocks and with our herds, because we must hold the Lord's festival." He said to them, "The Lord would have to be with you if I would ever let you and your families go. Look out. You're heading for trouble. No, go, just able-bodied men. Worship the Lord, since that's what you want." And they were driven from Pharaoh's presence. The Lord then said to Moses, "Stretch out your hand over the land of Egypt, and the locusts will come up over it and eat every plant in the land, everything that the hail left." So Moses stretched out his staff over the land of Egypt, and the Lord sent an east wind over the land all that day and through the night. By morning the east wind had brought in the locusts, The locusts went up over the entire land of Egypt and settled on the whole territory of Egypt. Never before had there been such a large number of locusts, and there never will be again. They covered the surface of the whole land, so that the land was black, and they consumed all the plants on the ground and all the fruit on the trees that the hail had left. Nothing green was left on the trees or the plants in the field throughout the land of Egypt. Pharaoh urgently sent for Moses and Aaron and said, I have sinned against the Lord your God and against you. Please forgive my sin once more and make an appeal to the Lord your God so that he will just take this death away from me. Moses left Pharaoh's presence and appealed to the Lord. Then the Lord changed the wind to a strong west wind, and it carried off the locusts and blew them into the Red Sea. Not a single locust was left in all the territory of Egypt. But the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he did not let the Israelites go. Then the Lord said to Moses, Stretch out your hand toward heaven, and there will be darkness over the land of Egypt, a darkness that can be felt. So Moses stretched out his hand toward heaven, and there was thick darkness throughout the land of Egypt for 3 days. One person could not see another, and for 3 days they did not move from where they were. Yet all the Israelites had light where they lived. Pharaoh summoned Moses and said, Go worship the Lord. Even your families may go with you. Only your flocks and herds must stay behind. Moses responded, You must also let us have sacrifices and burnt offerings to prepare for the Lord our God. Even our livestock must go with us. Not a hoof will be left behind, because we will take some of them to worship the Lord our God. We will not know what we will use to worship the Lord until we get there. But the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he was unwilling to let them go. Pharaoh said to him, Leave me. Make sure you never see my face again, for on the day you see my face, you will die. As you have said, Moses replied, I will never see your face again. The Lord said to Moses, I will bring one more plague on Pharaoh and on Egypt. After that, he will let you go from here. When he lets you go, he will drive you out of here. Now announce to the people that both men and women should ask their neighbors for silver and gold items. The Lord gave the people favor with the Egyptians. In addition, Moses himself was very highly regarded in the land of Egypt by Pharaoh's officials and the people. So Moses said, This is what the Lord says. About midnight I will go throughout Egypt, and every firstborn male in the land of Egypt will die, from the firstborn of Pharaoh who sits on his throne to the firstborn of the servant girl who is at the grindstones, as well as every firstborn of the livestock. Then there will be a great cry of anguish throughout all the land of Egypt, such as never was before or ever will be again. But against all the Israelites, whether people or animals, not even a dog will snarl, so that you may know that the Lord makes a distinction between Egypt and Israel. All these officials of yours will come down to me and bow before me, saying, Get out, you and all the people who follow you. After that I will get out. And he went out from the Pharaoh's presence fiercely angry. The Lord said to Moses, Pharaoh will not listen to you, so that my wonders may be multiplied in the land of Egypt. Moses and Aaron did all these wonders before Pharaoh, but the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he would not let the Israelites out of his land. The Lord said to Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt, This month is to be the beginning of months for you. It is the first month of your year. Tell the whole community of Israel that on the 10th day of this month they must each select an animal of the flock according to their father's families, one animal per family. If the household is too small for a whole animal, that person and the neighbor nearest his house are to select one based on the combined number of people. You should apportion the animal according to what each will eat. You must have an unblemished animal, a year-old male. You may take it from either the sheep or the goats. You are to keep it until the 14th day of this month. Then the whole assembly of the community of Israel will slaughter the animals at twilight. They must take some of the blood and put it on the 2 doorposts and the lintel of the houses where they eat them. They are to eat the meat that night. They should eat it roasted over the fire along with unleavened bread and bitter herbs. Do not eat any of it raw or cooked in boiling water, but only roasted over the fire. Its head as well as its legs and inner organs. You must not leave any of it until morning. Any part of it left until morning you must burn. Here is how you must eat it. You must be dressed for travel, your sandals on your feet, and your staff in your hand. You are to eat it in a hurry. It is the Lord's Passover. I will pass through the land of Egypt on that night and strike every firstborn male in the land of Egypt, both people and animals. I am the Lord. I will execute judgments against all the gods of Egypt. The blood on the houses where you are staying will be a distinguishing mark for you. When I see the blood, I will pass over you. No plague will be among you to destroy you when I strike the land of Egypt. This day is to be a memorial for you, and you must celebrate it as a festival to the Lord. You are to celebrate it through your generations as a permanent statute. You must eat unleavened bread for 7 days. On the first day, you must remove yeast from your houses. Whoever eats what is leavened from the first day through the 7th day must be cut off from Israel. You are to hold a sacred assembly on the first day and another sacred assembly on the 7th day. No work may be done on those days except for preparing what people need to eat. You may do only that. You are to observe the festival of unleavened bread because on this very day I brought your military divisions out of the land of Egypt. You must observe this day throughout your generations as a permanent statute. You are to eat unleavened bread in the first month from the evening of the 14th day of the month until the evening of the 21st day. Yeast must not be found in your houses for 7 days. If anyone eats something leavened, that person, whether a resident, alien, or native of the land, must be cut off from the community of Israel. Do not eat anything leavened. Eat unleavened bread in all your homes. Then Moses summoned all the elders of Israel and said to them, Go select an animal from the flock according to your families and slaughter the Passover animal. Take a cluster of hyssop, dip it in blood that is in the basin, and brush the lintel and the 2 doorposts with some of the blood in the basin. None of you may go out the door of his house until morning. When the Lord passes through to strike Egypt and sees the blood on the lintel and the 2 doorposts, he will pass over the door and not let the destroyer enter your houses to strike you. Keep this command permanently as a statute for you and your descendants. When you enter the land that the Lord will give you as he promised, you are to observe this ceremony. When your children ask you, What does this ceremony mean to you? You are to reply, It is the Passover sacrifice to the Lord, for he passed over the houses of the Israelites in Egypt when he struck the Egyptians and spared our homes. So the people knelt low and worshipped. Then the Israelites went and did this. They did just as the Lord had commanded Moses and Aaron. Now at midnight, the Lord struck every firstborn male in the land of Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaoh who sat on the throne to the firstborn of the prisoner who was in the dungeon, and every firstborn of the livestock. During the night, Pharaoh got up, he along with all his officials and the Egyptians, and there was a loud wailing throughout Egypt because there wasn't a house without someone dead. He summoned Moses and Aaron during the night and said, Get out immediately from among my people, both you and the Israelites, and go, worship the Lord as you have said. Take even your flocks and your herds as you asked, and leave, and also bless me. Now the Egyptians pressured the people in order to send them quickly out of the country, for they said, We're all going to die. So the people took their dough before it was leavened, with their kneading bowls wrapped up in their clothes on their shoulders. The Israelites acted on Moses' word and asked the Egyptians for silver and gold items and for clothing, and the Lord gave the people such favor with the Egyptians that they gave them what they requested. In this way they plundered the Egyptians. The Israelites traveled from Ramesses to Succoth, about 600,000 able-bodied men on foot besides their families. A mixed crowd also went up with them, along with a huge number of livestock, both flocks and herds. The people baked the dough they had brought out of Egypt into unleavened loaves, since it had no yeast. For when they were driven out of Egypt, they could not delay and had not prepared provisions for themselves. The time that the Israelites lived in Egypt was 430 years. At the end of 430 years, on that same day, all the Lord's military divisions went out from the land of Egypt. It was a night of vigil in honor of the Lord, because he would bring them out of the land of Egypt. This same night is in honor of the Lord, a night vigil for all the Israelites there throughout their generations. The Lord said to Moses and Aaron, "This is the statute of the Passover. No foreigner may eat it, but any slave a man has purchased may eat it, after you have circumcised him. A temporary resident or hired worker may not eat the Passover. It is to be eaten in one house. You may not take any of the meat outside the house, and you may not break any of its bones. The whole community of Israel must celebrate it. If an alien resides among you and wants to observe the Lord's Passover, every male in his household must be circumcised, and then they may participate. He will become like a native of the land, but no uncircumcised person may eat it. The same law will apply to both the native and the alien who resides among you." Then all the Israelites did this. They did just as the Lord had commanded Moses and Aaron. On that same day, the Lord brought the Israelites out of the land of Egypt according to their military divisions. The Lord spoke to Moses, "Consecrate every firstborn male to me, the firstborn from every womb among the Israelites, both man and domestic animal, it is mine." Then Moses said to the people, "Remember this day when you came out of Egypt, out of the place of slavery, for the Lord brought you out of here by the strength of his hand. Nothing leavened may be eaten. Today, in the month of Abib, you are going out. When the Lord brings you into the land of the Canaanites, Hittites, Amorites, Hivites, and Jebusites, which he swore to your fathers that he would give you, a land flowing with milk and honey, you must carry out this ceremony in this month. For 7 days you must eat unleavened bread, and on the 7th day there is to be a festival to the Lord. Unleavened bread is to be eaten for those 7 days. Nothing leavened may be found among you, and no yeast may be found among you in all your territory. On that day explain to your son, 'This is because of what the Lord did for me when I came out of Egypt.' Let it serve as a sign for you on your hand and as a reminder on your forehead, so that the Lord's instruction may be in your mouth. For the Lord brought you out of Egypt with a strong hand. Keep the statute at its appointed time from year to year." When the Lord brings you into the land of the Canaanites, as he swore to you and your fathers, and gives it to you, you are to present to the Lord every firstborn male of the womb. All firstborn offspring of the livestock you own that are males will be the Lord's. You must redeem every firstborn of a donkey with a flock animal, but if you do not redeem it, break its neck. However, you must redeem every firstborn among your sons. In the future, when your son asks you, "What does this mean?" say to him, "By the strength of his hand, the Lord brought us out of Egypt, out of the place of slavery. When Pharaoh stubbornly refused to let us go, the Lord killed every firstborn male in the land of Egypt, both the firstborn of humans and firstborn of livestock. That is why I sacrifice to the Lord all the firstborn of the womb that are males, but I redeem all the firstborn of my sons. So let it be a sign on your hand and a symbol on your forehead, for the Lord brought us out of Egypt by the strength of his hand." When Pharaoh let the people go, God did not lead them along the road to the land of the Philistines, even though it was nearby, for God said, "The people will change their minds and return to Egypt if they face war." So he led the people around toward the Red Sea along the road of the wilderness, and the Israelites left the land of Egypt in battle formation. Moses took the bones of Joseph with him, because Joseph had made the Israelites swear a solemn oath, saying, "God will certainly come to your aid, then you must take my bones with you from this place." They set out from Succoth and camped at Etham on the edge of the wilderness. The Lord went ahead of them in a pillar of a cloud to lead them on their way during the day, and in a pillar of fire to give them light at night, so that they could travel day or night. The pillar of cloud by day and pillar of fire by night never left its place in front of the people. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, "Tell the Israelites to turn back and camp in front of Pahahiroth, between Migdol and the sea. You must camp in front of Baal Zephon, facing it by the sea. Pharaoh will say of the Israelites, 'They are wandering around the land in confusion. The wilderness has boxed them in. I will harden Pharaoh's heart so that he will pursue them. Then I will receive glory by means of Pharaoh and all his army. And the Egyptians will know that I am the Lord. So the Israelites did this. When the king of Egypt was told that the people had fled, Pharaoh and his officials changed their minds about the people and said, "What have we done? We have released Israel from serving us." So he got his chariot ready and took his troops with him. He took 600 of the best chariots and all the rest of the chariots of Egypt, with officers in each one. The Lord hardened the heart of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and he pursued the Israelites who were going out defiantly. The Egyptians, all Pharaoh's horses and chariots, his horsemen and his army, chased after them and caught up with them as they camped by the sea beside Pi-hahiroth in front of Baal-zephon. As Pharaoh approached, the Israelites looked up, and there were the Egyptians coming after them. The Israelites were terrified and cried out to the Lord for help. They said to Moses, "Is it because there are no graves in Egypt that you have taken us away to die in the wilderness? What have you done to us by bringing us out of Egypt? Isn't this what we told you in Egypt? Leave us alone so that we may serve the Egyptians. It would have been better for us to serve the Egyptians than to die in the wilderness." But Moses said to the people, "Don't be afraid. Stand firm and see the Lord's salvation that he will accomplish for you today. For the Egyptians you see today, you will never see again. The Lord will fight for you, and you must be quiet." The Lord said to Moses, "Why are you crying out to me? Tell the Israelites to break camp. As for you, lift up your staff, stretch out your hand over the sea, and divide it so that the Israelites can go through the sea on dry ground. As for me, I am going to harden the hearts of the Egyptians so that they will go in after them, and I will receive glory by means of Pharaoh, all his army, and his chariots and horsemen. The Egyptians will know that I am the Lord when I receive glory through Pharaoh, his chariots, and his horsemen." Then the angel of God, who was going in front of the Israelite forces, moved and went behind them. The pillar of cloud moved from in front of them and stood behind them. It came between the Egyptian and Israelite forces. There was a cloud of darkness that lit up the night, and neither group came near the other all night long. Then Moses stretched out his hand over the sea. The Lord drove the sea back with a powerful east wind all that night and turned the sea into dry land. So the waters were divided, and the Israelites went through the sea on dry ground, with the waters like a wall to them on their right and their left. The Egyptians set out in pursuit, all Pharaoh's horses, his chariots, and his horsemen, and went into the sea after them. During the morning watch, the Lord looked down at the Egyptian forces from the pillar of fire cloud and threw the Egyptian forces into confusion. He caused the chariot wheels to swerve and made them drive with difficulty. "Let's get away from Israel," the Egyptians said, "because the Lord is fighting for them against Egypt." Then the Lord said to Moses, "Stretch out your hand over the sea so that the water may come back on the Egyptians and their chariots and horsemen." So Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and at daybreak the sea returned to its normal depth. While the Egyptians were trying to escape from it, the Lord threw them into the sea. The water came back and covered the chariots and horsemen, plus the entire army of Pharaoh that they had gone after them into the sea. Not even one of them survived. But the Israelites had walked through the sea on dry ground, with the waters like a wall to them on their right and their left. That day the Lord saved Israel from the power of the Egyptians, and Israel saw the Egyptians dead on the seashore. When Israel saw the great power that the Lord used against them, the people feared the Lord and believed in him and in his servant Moses. Then Moses and the Israelites sang this song to the Lord. They said, "I will sing to the Lord, for he is highly exalted. He has thrown the horse and its rider into the sea. The Lord is my strength and my song. He has become my salvation. This is my God, and I will praise him, my father's God, and I will exalt him. The Lord is a warrior. The Lord is his name. He threw Pharaoh's chariots and his army into the sea. The elite of his officers were drowned in the sea." The floods covered them. They sank to the depths like a stone. Lord, your right hand is glorious in power. Lord, your right hand shattered the enemy. You overthrew your adversaries by your great majesty. You unleashed your burning wrath. It consumed them like stubble. The water heaped up at the blast from your nostrils. The current stood firm like a dam. The watery depths congealed in the heart of the sea. The enemy said, I will pursue, I will overtake, I will divide the spoil. My desire will be gratified at their expense. I will draw my sword, my hand will destroy them, but you blew with your breath, and the sea covered them. They sank like lead in the mighty waters. Lord, who is like you among the gods? Who is like you, glorious in holiness, revered with praises, performing wonders? You stretched out your right hand, and the earth swallowed them. With your faithful love, you will lead the people you have redeemed. You will guide them to your holy dwelling with your strength. When the peoples hear, they will shudder. Anguish will seize the inhabitants of Philistia. Then the chiefs of Edom will be terrified. Trembling will seize the leaders of Moab. All the inhabitants of Canaan will panic. Terror and dread will fall on them. They will be as still as stone because of your powerful arm until your people pass by, Lord, until the people whom you purchased pass by. You will bring them in and plant them in the mountain of your possession, Lord. You have prepared the place for your dwelling. Lord, your hands have established the sanctuary. The Lord will reign forever and ever. Pharaoh's horses with his chariots and horsemen went into the sea. The Lord brought the water of the sea back over them. But the Israelites walked through the sea on dry ground. Then the prophetess Miriam, Aaron's sister, took a tambourine in her hand, and all the women came out following her with tambourines and dancing. Miriam sang to them, Sing to the Lord, for he is highly exalted. He has thrown the horse and its rider into the sea. Then Moses led Israel on from the Red Sea, and they went out to the wilderness of Shur. They journeyed for 3 days in the wilderness without finding water. They came to Marah, but they could not drink the water from Marah because it was bitter. That is why it is named Marah. The people grumbled to Moses, What are we going to drink? So he cried out to the Lord, and the Lord showed him a tree. When he threw it into the water became drinkable. The Lord made a statute, an ordinance for them at Marah, and he tested them there. He said, If you will carefully obey the Lord your God, do what is right in his sight, pay attention to his commandments, and keep his statutes, I will not inflict any illnesses on you that I inflicted on the Egyptians, for I am the Lord who heals you. Then they came to Elim, where there were 12 springs and 70 date palms, and they camped there by the water. The entire Israelite community departed from Elim and came to the wilderness of Sin, which is between Elim and Sinai. On the 15th day of the 2nd month after they had left the land of Egypt, the entire Israelite community grumbled against Moses and Aaron in the wilderness. The Israelites said to them, If only we had died by the Lord's hand in the land of Egypt, when we sat by pots of meat and ate all the bread we wanted. Instead, you brought us into this wilderness to make this whole assembly die of hunger. Then the Lord said to Moses, I am going to rain bread from heaven for you. The people are to go out each day and gather enough for that day. This way I will test them to see whether or not they will follow my instructions. On the 6th day, when they prepare what they bring in, it will be twice as much as they gather on other days. So Moses and Aaron said to all the Israelites, This evening you will know that it is the Lord who brought you out of the land of Egypt, and in the morning you will see the Lord's glory, because he has heard your complaints about him. For who are we that you complain about us? Moses continued, The Lord will give you meat to eat this evening, and all the bread you want in the morning, for he has heard the complaints that you are raising against him. Who are we? Your complaints are not against us, but against the Lord. Then Moses told Aaron, Say to the entire Israelite community, Come before the Lord, for he has heard your complaints. As Aaron was speaking to the entire Israelite community, they turned toward the wilderness, and there in a cloud the Lord's glory appeared. The Lord spoke to Moses, I have heard the complaints of the Israelites. Tell them, At twilight you will eat meat, and in the morning you will eat bread until you are full. Then you will know that I am the Lord your God. So at evening, quail came and covered the camp. In the morning, there was a layer of dew all around the camp. When the layer of dew evaporated, there were fine flakes on the ground, on the desert surface, as fine as frost on the ground. When the Israelites saw it, they asked one another, "What is it?" Because they didn't know what it was. Moses told them, "It is the bread the Lord has given you to eat. This is what the Lord has commanded. Gather as much of it as each person needs to eat. You may take 2 quarts per individual, according to the number of people each of you has in his tent." So the Israelites did this. Some gathered a lot, some a little. When they measured it by quarts, the person who gathered a lot had no surplus, and the person who gathered a little had no shortage. Each gathered as much as he needed to eat. Moses said to them, "No one is to let any of it remain until morning." But they didn't listen to Moses. Some people left part of it until morning, and it bred worms and stank. Therefore Moses was angry with them. They gathered it every morning. Each gathered as much as he needed to eat. But when the sun grew hot, it melted. On the 6th day, they gathered twice as much food, 4 quarts apiece. And all the leaders of the community came and reported this to Moses. He told them, "This is what the Lord has said. Tomorrow is a day of complete rest, a holy Sabbath to the Lord. Bake what you want to bake and boil what you want to boil, and set aside everything left over to be kept until morning." So they set it aside until morning as Moses commanded, and it didn't stink or have maggots in it. "Eat it today," Moses said, "because today is a Sabbath to the Lord. Today you won't find any in the field. For 6 days you will gather it, but on the 7th day, the Sabbath, there will be none." Yet on the 7th day some people went out together, but they did not find any. Then the Lord said to Moses, "How long will you refuse to keep my commands and instructions? Understand that the Lord has given you the Sabbath. Therefore on the 6th day he will give you 2 days' worth of bread. Each of you stay where you are. No one is to leave his place on the 7th day." So the people rested on the 7th day. The house of Israel named the substance manna. It resembled coriander seed, was white, and tasted like wafers made with honey. Moses said, "This is what the Lord has commanded. 2 quarts of it are to be preserved throughout your generations, so that they may see the bread I fed you in the wilderness when I brought you out of the land of Egypt." Moses told Aaron, "Take a container and put 2 quarts of manna in it, and place it before the Lord to be preserved throughout your generations." As the Lord commanded Moses, Aaron placed it before the testimony to be preserved. The Israelites ate manna for 40 days until they came to an inhabited land. They ate manna until they reached the border of the land Canaan. They used a measure called an omer, which held 2 quarts. The entire Israelite community left the wilderness of Sin, moving from one place to the next according to the Lord's command. They camped at Rephidim, but there was no water for the people to drink. So the people complained to Moses, "Give us water to drink." "Why are you complaining to me?" Moses replied. "Why are you testing the Lord?" But the people thirsted there for water and grumbled against Moses. They said, "Why did you ever bring us up from Egypt to kill us and our children and our livestock with thirst?" Then Moses cried out to the Lord, "What should I do with these people? In a little while they will stone me." The Lord answered Moses, "Go on ahead of the people and take some of the elders of Israel with you. Take the staff you struck the Nile with in your hand and go. I'm going to stand there in front of you on the rock at Horeb. When you hit the rock, water will come out of it and the people will drink." Moses did this in the sight of the elders of Israel. He named the place Massah and Meribah, because the Israelites complained and because they tested the Lord, saying, "Is the Lord among us or not?" At Rephidim, Amalek came and fought against Israel. Moses said to Joshua, "Select some men for us to go fight against Amalek. Tomorrow I will stand on the hilltop with God's staff in my hand." Joshua did as Moses had told him and fought against Amalek, while Moses, Aaron, and Hur went up to the top of the hill. While Moses held up his hand, Israel prevailed, but whenever he put his hand down, Amalek prevailed. When Moses' hands grew heavy, they took a stone and put it under him, and he sat down on it. Then Aaron and Hur supported his hands, one on one side and one on the other, so that his hands remained steady until the sun went down. So Joshua defeated Amalek and his army with the sword. The Lord then said to Moses, "Write this down on a scroll as a reminder and recite it to Joshua. I will completely blot out the memory of Amalek under heaven." And Moses built an altar and named it, "The Lord is my banner." He said, "Indeed, my hands lift up toward the Lord's throne. The Lord will be at war with Amalek from generation to generation." Moses' father-in-law Jethro, the priest of Midian, heard about everything that God had done for Moses and for God's people, Israel when the Lord brought Israel out of Egypt. Now Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, had taken in Zipporah, Moses' wife, after he had sent her back, along with her 2 sons, one of whom was named Gershom, because Moses had said, "I have been a resident alien in a foreign land," and the other Eleazar, because he had said, "The God of my father was my helper and rescued me from Pharaoh's sword." Moses' father-in-law Jethro, along with Moses' wife and sons, came to him in the wilderness, where he was camped at the mountain of God. He sent word to Moses, "I, your father-in-law Jethro, am coming to you with your wife and her 2 sons." So Moses went out to meet his father-in-law, bowed down, and then kissed him. They asked each other how they had been and went into the tent. Moses recounted to his father-in-law all that the Lord had done to Pharaoh and the Egyptians for Israel's sake, all the hardships that confronted them on the way, and how the Lord rescued them. Jethro rejoiced over all the good things the Lord had done for Israel when he rescued them from the power of the Egyptians. "Blessed be the Lord," Jethro exclaimed, "who rescued you from the power of Egypt and from the power of Pharaoh. He has rescued the people from under the power of Egypt. Now I know that the Lord is greater than all gods, because he did wonders when the Egyptians acted arrogantly against Israel." Then Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, brought a burnt offering and sacrifices to God, and Aaron came with all the elders of Israel to eat a meal with Moses' father-in-law in God's presence. The next day Moses sat down to judge the people, and they stood around Moses from morning until evening. When Moses' father-in-law saw everything he was doing for them, he asked, "What is this thing you're doing for the people? Why are you alone sitting as a judge, while all the people stand around you from morning until evening?" Moses replied to his father-in-law, "Because the people come to me to inquire of God. Whenever they have a dispute, it comes to me, and I make a decision between one man and another. I teach them God's statutes and laws." What you are doing is not good," Moses' father-in-law said to him. "You will certainly wear out both yourself and these people who are with you, because the task is too heavy for you. You cannot do it alone. Now listen to me. I will give you some advice, and God be with you. You be the one to represent the people before God and bring their cases to him. Instruct them about the statutes and the laws, and teach them the way to live and what they must do. But you should select from all the people able men, God-fearing, trustworthy, and hating dishonest profit. Place them over the people as commanders of thousands, hundreds, fifties, and tens. They should judge the people at all times. Then they can bring you every major case, but judge every minor case themselves. In this way you will lighten your load, and they will bear it with you. If you do this, and God so directs you, you will be able to endure, and also all these people will be able to go home satisfied." Moses listened to his father-in-law and did everything he said to him. So Moses chose able men from all Israel and made them leaders over the people as commanders of thousands, hundreds, fifties, and tens. They judged the people at all times. They would bring the hard cases to Moses, but they would judge every minor case themselves. Moses let his father-in-law go, and he journeyed to his own land. In the 3rd month of the very day the Israelites left the land of Egypt, they came to the Sinai wilderness. They traveled from Rephidim, came to Sinai wilderness, and camped in the wilderness. Israel camped there in front of the mountain. Moses went up the mountain to God, and the Lord called to him from the mountain. "This is what you must say to the house of Jacob and explain to the Israelites. You have seen what I did to the Egyptians, and how I carried you on eagle's wings and brought you to myself. Now if you will carefully listen to me and keep my covenant, you will be my own possession out of all the peoples, although the whole earth is mine. And you will be my kingdom of priests and my holy nation. These are the words that you are to say to the Israelites." After Moses came back, he summoned the elders of the people and set before them all these words that the Lord had commanded him. Then all the people responded together, "We will do all the Lord has spoken." So Moses brought the people's words back to the Lord. The Lord said to Moses, "I'm going to come to you in a dense cloud, so that the people will hear when I speak with you and will always believe you." Moses reported the people's words to the Lord, and the Lord told Moses, "Go to the people and consecrate them today and tomorrow. They must wash their clothes and be prepared by the third day, for on the third day the Lord will come down on Mount Sinai in the sight of all the people. Put boundaries for the people all around the mountain and say, 'Be careful that you don't go up on the mountain or touch its base. Anyone who touches the mountain must be put to death. No hand may touch him. Instead, he will be stoned or shot with arrows and not live, whether animal or human. When the ram's horns sound a long blast, they may go up the mountain." Then Moses came down from the mountain to the people and consecrated them, and they washed their clothes. He said to the people, "Be prepared by the third day. Do not have sexual relations with women." On the third day, when morning came, there was thunder and lightning, a thick cloud on the mountain, and a very loud trumpet sound, so that all the people in the camp shuddered. Then Moses brought the people out of the camp to meet God, and they stood at the foot of the mountain. Mount Sinai was completely enveloped in smoke, because the Lord came down on it in fire. Its smoke went up like the smoke of a furnace, and the whole mountain shook violently. As the sound of the trumpet grew louder and louder, Moses spoke, and God answered him in the thunder. The Lord came down on Mount Sinai and at the top of the mountain. Then the Lord summoned Moses to the top of the mountain, and he went up. The Lord directed Moses, "Go down and warn the people not to break through to see the Lord. Otherwise many of them will die. Even the priests who come near the Lord must consecrate themselves, or the Lord will break out in anger against them." Moses responded to the Lord, "The people cannot come up Mount Sinai, since you warned us. Put a boundary around the mountain and consecrate it." And the Lord replied to him, "Go down and come back with Aaron, but the priests and the people must not break through to come up to the Lord, or he will break out in anger against them." So Moses went down to the people and told them. Then God spoke all these words: "I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the place of slavery. Do not have other gods besides me. Do not make an idol for yourself, whether in the shape of anything in the heavens above, or on the earth below, or in the waters under the earth. Do not bow and worship to them, and do not serve them, for I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, punishing the children for their fathers' iniquity to the third and fourth generations of those who hate me, but showing faithful love to 1,000 generations of those who love me and keep my commands. Do not misuse the name of the Lord your God, because the Lord will not leave anyone unpunished who misuses his name. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. You are to labor 6 days and do all your work, but the seventh day is a Sabbath to the Lord your God. You must not do any work, you, your son, or your daughter, your male or female servant, your livestock, or the resident alien who is within your city gates. For the Lord made the heavens and the earth, the sea, and everything in them in 6 days. Then he rested on the seventh day. Therefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and declared it holy. Honor your mother and your father, so that you may have a long life in the land that the Lord your God is giving you. Do not murder. Do not commit adultery. Do not steal. Do not give false testimony against your neighbor. Do not covet your neighbor's house. Do not covet your neighbor's wife, his male or female servant, his ox or donkey, or anything that belongs to your neighbor. All the people witnessed the thunder and lightning, the sound of the trumpet, and the mountain surrounded by smoke. When the people saw it, they trembled and stood at a distance. "You speak to us, and we will listen," they said to Moses, "but don't let God speak to us, or we will die." Moses responded to the people, "Don't be afraid, for God has come to test you, so that you will fear him and will not sin." And the people remained standing at a distance as Moses approached the total darkness where God was. Then the Lord told Moses, "This is what you are to say to the Israelites. You have seen that I have spoken to you from heaven. Do not make gods of silver to rival me. Do not make gods of gold for yourselves. Make an earthen altar for me, and sacrifice on it your burnt offerings and fellowship offerings, your flocks and herds. I will come to you and bless you in every place where I cause my name to be remembered. If you make a stone altar for me, do not build it out of cut stones. If you use your chisel on it, you will defile it. Do not go up to my altar on steps, so that your nakedness is not exposed on it. These are the ordinances that you are to set before them. When you buy a Hebrew slave, he is to serve for 6 years, then in the seventh he is to leave as a free man without paying anything. If he arrives alone, he is to leave alone. If he arrives with a wife, his wife is to leave with him. If his master gives him a wife, and she bears him sons or daughters, the wife and her children belong to her master, and the man must leave alone. But if the slave declares, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I do not want to leave as a free man, his master is to bring him to the judges, and then bring him to the door or doorpost. His master will pierce his ear with an awl, and he will serve his master for life. When a man sells his daughter as a concubine, she is not to leave as the male slaves do. If she is displeasing to her master, who chose her for himself, then he must let her be redeemed. He has no right to sell her to foreigners, because he has acted treacherously toward her. Or if he chooses her for his son, he must deal with her according to the customary treatment of daughters. If he takes an additional wife, he must not reduce the food, clothing, or material rights of the first wife. And if he does not do these 3 things for her, she may leave free of charge without any payment. Whoever strikes a person so that he dies must be put to death. But if he did not intend any harm, and yet God allowed it to happen, I will appoint a place for you where he may flee. If a person schemes and willfully acts against his neighbor to murder him, you must take him from my altar to be put to death. Whoever strikes his father or mother must be put to death. Whoever kidnaps a person must be put to death, whether he sells him or the person is found in his possession. Whoever curses his father or his mother must be put to death. When men quarrel and one strikes the other with a stone or his fist, and the injured man does not die but is confined to bed, if he can later get up and walk around outside leaning on his staff, then the one who struck him will be exempt from punishment. Nevertheless, he must pay for his lost work time and provide for his complete recovery. When a man strikes his male or female slave with a rod, and the slave dies under his abuse, the owner must be punished. However, if the slave can stand up after a day or 2, the owner should not be punished, because he is his owner's property. When men get in a fight and hit a pregnant woman so that her children are born prematurely, but there is no injury, the one who hit her must be fined as the woman's husband demands from him, and he must pay according to judicial assessment. If there is an injury, then you must give life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burn for burn, bruise for bruise, wound for wound. When a man strikes the eye of his male or female slave and destroys it, he must let the slave go free in compensation for his eye. If he knocks out the tooth of his male or female slave, he must let the slave go free in compensation for his tooth. When an ox gores a man or a woman to death, the ox must be stoned, and its meat may not be eaten, but the ox's owner is innocent. However, if the ox was in the habit of goring, and its owner has been warned yet does not restrain it, and it kills a man or a woman, the ox must be stoned, and its owner must also be put to death. If instead a ransom is demanded of him, he can pay a redemption price for his life in the full amount demanded from him. If it gores the son or daughter, he is to be dealt with according to this same law. If the ox gores a male or female slave, he must give 30 shekels of silver to the slave master, and the ox must be stoned. When a man uncovers a pit or digs a pit and does not cover it, and an ox or a donkey falls into it, the owner of the pit must give compensation. He must pay to its owner, but the dead animal will become his. When a man's ox injures his neighbor's ox and it dies, they must sell the live ox and divide its proceeds. They must also divide the dead animal. If, however, it is known that the ox was in the habit of goring, yet its owner has not restrained it, he must compensate fully, ox for ox. The dead animal will become his. When a man steals an ox or a sheep and butchers it or sells it, he must repay 5 cattle for the ox or 4 sheep for the sheep. If a thief is caught in the act of breaking in and he is beaten to death, no one is guilty of bloodshed. But if this happens after sunrise, the householder is guilty of bloodshed. A thief must make full restitution. If he is unable, he is to be sold because of his theft. If what was stolen, whether ox, donkey, or sheep, is actually found alive in his possession, he must repay double. When a man lets a field or vineyard be grazed in and then allows his animals to go and graze in someone else's field, he must repay with the best of his own field or vineyard. When a fire gets out of control, spreads to thorn bushes, and consumes stacks of cut grain, standing grain, or a field, the one who started the fire must make full restitution for what was burned. When a man gives his neighbor valuables or goods to keep, but they are stolen from that person's house, the thief, if caught, must pay double. If the thief is not caught, the owner of the house must present himself to the judges to determine whether or not he has taken his neighbor's property. In any case of wrongdoing involving an ox, a donkey, a sheep, a garment, or anything else lost, and someone claims that's mine, the case between the two parties is to come before the judges. One the judges condemn must repay double to his neighbor. When a man gives his neighbor a donkey, an ox, a sheep, or any other animal to care for, but it dies, is injured, or is stolen, while no one is watching, there must be an oath before the Lord between the two of them to determine whether or not he has taken his neighbor's property. Its owner must accept the oath, and the other man does not make the restitution. But if in fact the animal was stolen from his custody, he must make restitution to its owner. If it was actually torn apart by a wild animal, he is to bring it as evidence. He does not have to make restitution for the torn carcass. When a man borrows an animal from his neighbor and it is injured or dies while its owner is not there with it, the man must make full restitution. If its owner is there with it, the man does not have to make restitution. If it was rented, the loss is covered by its rental price. If a man seduces a virgin who is not engaged and he sleeps with her, he must certainly pay the bridal price for her to be his wife. If her father absolutely refuses to give her to him, he must pay an amount in silver equal to the bridal price for virgins. Do not allow a sorceress to live. Whoever has sexual intercourse with an animal must be put to death. Whoever sacrifices to any gods except the Lord alone is to be set apart for destruction. You must not exploit a resident alien or oppress him, since you were resident aliens in the land of Egypt. You must not mistreat any widow or fatherless child. If you do mistreat them, they will no doubt cry to me, and I will certainly hear their cry. My anger will burn, and I will kill you with the sword. Then your wives will be widows, and your children fatherless. If you lend silver to my people, to the poor person among you, you must not be like a creditor to him. You must not charge him interest. If you ever take your neighbor's cloak as collateral, return it to him before sunset, for it is his only covering. It is the clothing for his body. What will he sleep in? And if he cries out to me, I will listen, because I am gracious. You must not blaspheme God or curse a leader among your people. You must not hold back offerings from your harvest or your vats. Give me the firstborn of your sons. Do the same with your cattle and your flock. Let them stay with their mothers for 7 days, but on the 8th day you are to give them to me. Be my holy people. You must not eat the meat of a mauled animal found in the field. Throw it to the dogs.
Okay.
23.
Chapter 23.
Yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that.
Of course.
Are these your keys right here?
Yep. Can't go anything without this. Will this door open or lock automatically?
It should.
Okay.
Will you check it? If you just pull the handle there, it'll say.
Yep.
Okay. Thanks, Felicia.
Thanks. Have a good night.
You too. All right, we're in Exodus 23 now. Let me make sure we're streaming. Yep, we're streaming. If you make a comment on Facebook or Instagram or YouTube, I can actually see it over here. So maybe if at some point you have a question about what we're reading, because this is, right now we're in the middle of the Old Testament, which, we're talking 4,000 years ago with Moses, or actually more like 3,500 years ago. So, anyway, but if you have a question, I really want you to have the liberty or freedom to put it on here and make a comment publicly or direct message us, and we'll be happy to answer a question. Also, if you're just a late night owl and you're thinking, man, I could read some scripture, and I don't mind going to the office there at 350 Congress Parkway North, the McMinn-Meigs Associational Office, Baptist Associational Office, and coming here and reading some scripture. Come on. We'd love to have you. Or you can sign up on a link that we have that has some prescribed times starting at 8 in the morning till 10:30 p.m. on Saturday night. So if you want a prescribed time, then sign up there through the link either on our Instagram or Facebook page or an email that you might have got from me. But if you're a late night owl and in the next 8 hours you want to come on and hang out with us. So right now we're in the book of Exodus. According to our charts, we should finish Exodus about 1 in the morning if we read it all the way through. And we're in chapter 23, and we have till chapter 40, so we're about halfway there. So we've been reading it for an hour and a half, and we're halfway through. So, this average reading time thing, this website we got is spot on. So, all right, here we go. Exodus 23 for all you late night listeners. You must not spread a false report. Do not join the wicked to be a malicious witness. You must not follow a crowd in wrongdoing. Do not testify in a lawsuit and go along with a crowd to pervert justice. Do not show favoritism to a poor person in his lawsuit. If you come across your enemy's stray ox or donkey, you must return it to him. If you see the donkey of someone who hates you lying helpless under its load, and you want to refrain from helping it, you must help with it. You must not deny justice to a poor person among you in a lawsuit. Give me just 1 second. Stay far away from a false accusation. Do not kill the innocent and the just, because I will not justify the guilty. You must not take a bribe, for a bribe blinds the clear-sighted and corrupts the words of the righteous. You must not oppress a resident alien. You yourselves know how it feels to be a resident alien, because you were resident aliens in the land of Egypt. Sow your land for 6 years and gather its produce. During the 7th year, you are to let it rest and leave it uncultivated, so that the poor among your people may eat from it and the wild animals may consume what they leave. Do the same with your vineyard and your olive grove. Do your work for 6 days, but rest on the 7th day, so that your ox and your donkey may rest, and the son of your female slave as well as the resident alien may be refreshed. Pay strict attention to everything I have said to you. You must not invoke the names of other gods. They must not be heard on your lips. Celebrate a festival in my honor 3 times a year. Observe the festival of unleavened bread. As I commanded you, you are to eat unleavened bread for 7 days at the appointed time in the month of Abib, because you came out of Egypt in that month. No one is to appear before me empty-handed. Also observe the festival of harvest with the first fruits of your produce from what you sow in the field, and observe the festival of ingathering at the end of the year, when you gather your produce from the field 3 times a year. All your males are to appear before me. You must not offer the blood of my sacrifices with anything leavened. The fat of my festival offering must not remain until morning. Bring the best of the first fruits of your land to the house of the Lord your God. You must not boil a young goat in its mother's milk. I am going to send an angel before you to protect you along the way and bring you to the place I have prepared. Be attentive to him and listen to him. Do not defy him, because he will not forgive your acts of rebellion, for my name is in him. But if you carefully obey him and do everything I say, then I will be an enemy to your enemies and a foe to your foes. For my angel will go before you and bring you to the land of the Amorites, Hittites, Perizzites, Canaanites, Hivites, Jebusites, and I will wipe them out. Do not bow and worship to other gods, and do not serve them. Do not imitate their practices. Instead, demolish them and smash their sacred pillar to pieces. Serve the Lord your God, and he will bless your bread and your water. I will remove illness from you. No woman will miscarry or be childless in your land. I will give you the full number of your days. I will cause the people ahead of you to feel terror and will throw into confusion all the nations you come to. I will make all your enemies turn their backs and retreat. I will send hornets in front of you, and they will drive the Hivites, Canaanites, and the Hittites away from you. I will not drive them out ahead of you in a single year. Otherwise the land would become desolate, and wild animals would multiply against you. I will drive them out little by little ahead of you until you have become numerous and take possession of the land. I will set your borders from the Red Sea to the Mediterranean Sea, and from the wilderness to the Euphrates River. For I will place the inhabitants of the land under your control, and you will drive them out ahead of you. You must not make a covenant with them or their gods. They must not remain in your land, or else they will make you sin against me. If you serve their gods, it will be a snare to you. Then he said to Moses, Go up to the Lord, you and Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, and 70 of Israel's elders, and bow and worship at a distance. Moses alone is to approach the Lord, but the others are not to approach, and the people are not to go up with him. Moses came and told the people all the commands of the Lord and all the ordinances. Then all the people responded with a single voice, We will do everything that the Lord has commanded. And Moses wrote down all the words of the Lord. He rose early in the next morning and set up an altar and 12 pillars for the 12 tribes of Israel at the base of the mountain. Then he sent out young Israelite men, and they offered burnt offerings and sacrificed bulls as fellowship offerings to the Lord. Moses took half the blood and set it in basins. The other half of the blood he splattered on the altar. He then took the covenant scroll and read it aloud to the people, and they responded, We will do and obey everything the Lord has commanded. Moses took the blood and splattered it on the people and said, This is the blood of the covenant that the Lord has made with you concerning all these words. Then Moses went up with Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, and 70 of Israel's elders. And they saw the God of Israel. Beneath his feet was something like a pavement made of lapis lazuli, as clear as the sky itself. God did not harm the Israelite nobles. They saw him, and they ate and drank. And the Lord said to Moses, Come up to me on the mountain and stay there, so that I may give you the stone tablets with the law and commandments I have written for their instruction. I think that's important. Let me just note that God gave them for their instruction, not their salvation. The law was never intended to save. It was to create order within society, and it was to lead us to a knowledge of sin and awareness of sin for salvation. Anyway, so my wife said I would have a hard time not providing some commentary as I read, and she's right. So Moses arose with his assistant Joshua and went up the mountain of God. He told the elders, Wait here for us until we return to you. Aaron and Hur are here with you. Whoever has a dispute should go to them. When Moses went up the mountain, the cloud covered it. The glory of the Lord settled on Mount Sinai, and the cloud covered it for 6 days. On the 7th day, he called to Moses from the cloud. The appearance of the Lord's glory to the Israelites was like a consuming fire on the mountaintop. Moses entered the cloud as he went up the mountain, and he remained on the mountain 40 days and 40 nights. The Lord spoke to Moses, Tell the Israelites to take an offering for me. You are to take my offering from everyone who is willing to give. This is the offering you are to receive from them: gold, silver, and bronze, blue, purple and scarlet yarn, fine linen, goat hair, ram skins dyed red, and fine leather, acacia wood. I think that's how you say it, that word, acacia. Oil for the light, spices for the anointing oil, and for the fragrant incense, and onyx, along with other gemstones for mounting on the ephod and breastplate. They are to make a sanctuary for me, so that I may dwell among them. You must make it according to all that I show you, the pattern of the tabernacle, as well as the pattern of all its furnishings. They are to make an ark of acacia wood, 45 inches long, 27 inches wide, and 27 inches high. Overlay it with pure gold, overlaid on both sides, both inside and out, and make a gold molding all around it. Cast 4 gold rings for it and place them on its 4 feet. On its 4 feet. 2 rings on one side and 2 rings on the other side. Make poles of acacia wood and overlay them with gold. Insert the poles into the rings on the sides of the ark in order to carry the ark with them. The poles are to remain in the rings on the ark. They must not be removed from it. Put the tablets of the testimony that I will give you into the ark. Make a mercy seat of pure gold, 45 inches long and 27 inches wide. Make 2 cherubim of gold. Make them of hammered work at the 2 ends of the mercy seat. Make 1 cherub at one end and 1 cherub at the other end. And its 2 ends make the cherubim of one piece with the mercy seat. The cherubim are to have wings spread out above, covering the mercy seat with their wings. They are to face one another. The faces of the cherubim should be toward the mercy seat. Set the mercy seat on top of the ark and put the tablets of the testimony that I will give you into the ark. I will meet with you there above the mercy seat between the 2 cherubim that are over the ark of the testimony. I will speak with you from there about all that I command you regarding the Israelites. You are to construct a table of acacia wood, 36 inches long, 18 inches wide, and 27 inches high. Overlay it with pure gold and make a gold molding all around it. Make a 3-inch frame all around it, and make a gold molding for it all around its frame. Make 4 gold rings for it, and attach the rings to the 4 corners of the 4 legs. The rings should be next to the frame as holders for the poles to carry the table. Make the poles of acacia wood and overlay them with gold. The table can be carried by them. You are also to make its plates and cups as well as its pitchers and bowls for pouring drink offerings. Make them out of pure gold. Put the bread of the presence on the table before me at all times. You are to make a lampstand out of pure hammered gold. It is to be made of one piece, its base and shaft, its ornamental cups, and its buds and petals. 6 branches are to extend from its side. 3 branches of the lampstand from one side and 3 branches of the lampstand from the other. There are to be 3 cups shaped like almond blossoms, each with a bud and petals on one branch, and 3 cups shaped like almond blossoms, each with a bud and petals on the next branch. It is to be this way for the 6 branches that extend from the lampstand. There are to be 4 cups shaped like almond blossoms on the lampstand shaft along with its bud and petals. For the 6 branches that extend from the lampstand, a bud must be under the first pair of branches from it, and a bud must be under the second pair of branches from it. and a bud under the third pair of branches from it. Their buds and branches are to be of one piece. All of it is to be a single hammered piece of gold. Make it 7 lamps and set it up. Sorry, I'm getting a little warm, so I'm gonna take my flannel off here. Make it 7 lamps and set them up so they illuminate the area in front of it. Its snuffers, fire pans must be of pure gold. I feel like Mr. Rogers here. Won't you be my neighbor? Let me just put this in a little closet here. It's such a good day today. I'm so glad you're here with us. Just reading the Bible. Lost my place. Its snuffers and fire pans must be of pure gold. The lampstand with all its utensils is to be made of 75 pounds of pure gold. Be careful to make them according to the pattern you've been shown on the mountain. Thank you, Michelle. No yawning. I see your comment there. I'm sorry. I'm trying. You are to construct the tabernacle itself with 10 curtains. You must make them of finely spun linen and blue, purple, and scarlet yarn with a design of cherubim worked into them. Each curtain should be 42 feet long and 6 feet wide. All the curtains are to have the same measurements. 5 of the curtains should be joined together and the other 5 curtains joined together. Make loops of blue yarn on the edge on the last of the curtain in the first set, and do the same on the edge of the outermost curtain in the second set. Make 50 loops on the one curtain and make 50 loops on the edge of the curtain in the second set so that the loops line up together. Also make 50 gold clasps and join the curtains together with the clasps so that the tabernacle may be a single unit. You are to make curtains of goat hair for a tent over the tabernacle. Make 11 of these curtains. Each curtain should be 45 feet long and 6 feet wide. It's a big curtain. All 11 curtains are to have the same measurements. Join 5 of the curtains by themselves and the other 6 curtains by themselves. Then fold the 6th curtain double at the front of the tent. Make 50 loops on the edge of one curtain on the outermost of the first set, and make 50 loops on the edge of the corresponding curtain on the second set. Make 50 bronze clasps, but clasp through the loops and join the tent together so that it remains a single unit. As for the flap that remains from the tent curtains, the leftover half curtain is to hang over the back of the tabernacle. What remains along the length of the tent curtains, a half yard on one side and a half yard on the other side, should hang over the sides of the tabernacle on either side to cover it. Make a covering for the tent from the ram skins dyed red and covering of fine leather on top of that. You are to make upright supports of acacia wood for the tabernacle. Each support is to be 15 feet long and 27 inches wide. Each support will have 2 tendons for joining. Do the same for all the supports of the tabernacle. Make the supports for the tabernacle as follows: 20 supports for the south side, and make 40 silver bases under the 20 supports. 2 bases under the first supports for its 2 tendons, and 2 bases under the next support for its 2 tendons. 20 supports for the second side of the tabernacle, the north side, along with their 40 silver bases. 2 bases under the first support and 2 bases under each support. And make 6 supports for the west side of the tabernacle. Make 2 additional supports for the 2 back corners of the tabernacle. They are to be paired at the bottom and joined together at the top a single ring. So it should be for both of them. They will serve as the 2 corners. These are to be 8 supports with their silver bases, 16 bases, 2 bases under the first support, and 2 bases under each support. You are to make 5 crossbars of acacia wood for the supports on the side of the tabernacle, 5 crossbars for the supports on the other side of the tabernacle, and 5 crossbars for the supports on the back side of the tabernacle, on the west. The central crossbar is to run through the middle of the supports from one end to the other. Then overlay the supports with gold, and make their rings of gold as the holders for the crossbars. Also overlay the crossbars with gold. You are to set up the tabernacle according to the plan for it that you have been shown on the mountain. You are to make a curtain of blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, and finely spun linen with the design of cherubim worked into it. Hang it on 4 gold-plated pillars of acacia wood that have gold hooks and that stand on 4 silver bases. Hang the curtain under the clasps and bring the ark of the testimony there behind the curtain, so that the curtain will make a separation for you between the holy place and the most holy place. Put the mercy seat on the ark of the testimony in the most holy place. Place the table outside the curtain and the lampstand on the south side of the tabernacle, opposite the table. Put the table on the north side. For the entrance to the tent, you are to make a screen embroidered with blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, and finely spun linen. Make 5 pillars of acacia wood for the screen, and overlay them with gold. Their hooks are to be gold, and you are to cast 5 bronze bases for them. I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to try to get a tabletop stand up so that I can stand, and I'm sitting down and falling asleep while I'm reading. So I'm going to try to stand and read so that I'll stay more awake, I think, this way. Let me see if I can move or adjust the camera angle so that y'all can see better. No, that won't work. Let's go there. How's that, folks? Can you see okay there? Does that look all right? I'm going to stand up here. Looks okay. Looks okay from what I can tell in the camera there. Oh, this thing's rocking. I'm going to get something to keep it from rocking. Okay, here we go. We're coming back live here, reading scripture. We are in Exodus 27 now. We're going about the tabernacle. Here he's describing the pattern that God gave Moses to build the tabernacle. So if you are awake at this time of night and you just have a hankering to come on over and do a little scripture reading, you can come. Or if you want to sign up for a time in the next few days, click the link on our stories in Instagram or Facebook, or click the link sent in an email. We'd love to have you come and read scripture with us as an effort to transform our hearts and really feed us with the rich feast of God's Word. So here we go. Let's get back to it. We're going to hopefully finish Exodus in an hour. You are to construct the altar of acacia wood. The altar must be square, 7.5 feet long, 7.5 feet wide, and it must be 4.5 feet high. Make horns for it on 4 corners. The horns are to be of one piece. Overlay it with bronze. Make its pots for removing ashes, its shovels, its basins, meat forks, and fire pans. Make all its utensils of bronze. Construct a grate for it. of bronze mesh. Make 4 bronze rings on the mesh in its 4 corners. Set it below, underneath the altar's ledge, so that the mesh comes halfway up the altar. Then make poles for the altar, poles of acacia wood, and overlay them with bronze. The poles are to be inserted into the rings, so that the poles are on 2 sides of the altar when it is carried. Construct the altar with boards so that it's hollow. They are to make it just as it was shown to you on the mountain. You are to make the courtyard for the tabernacle. Make hangings for the south side of the courtyard out of finely spun linen, 150 feet long on that side, including 20 posts and 20 bronze bases with silver hooks and silver bands for the posts. And so make hangings 150 feet long for the north side, including 20 posts and their 20 bronze bases with silver hooks and silver bands for the posts. For the width of the courtyard, make hangings 75 feet long for the west side, according to their 10 posts and their 10 bases. And for the width of the courtyard on the east side, the sunrise, 75 feet, make hangings 22.5 feet long for one side of the gate, including their 3 posts and their 3 bases, and make hangings 22.5 feet long for the other side, including their 3 posts and their 3 bases. The gate of the courtyard is to have a 30-foot screen embroidered with blue, purple, and scarlet yarn. Finely spun linen is to have 4 posts and their 4 bases. All the posts around the courtyard are to be banded with silver and have silver hooks and bronze bases. The courtyard is to be 150 feet long, 75 feet wide at each end, and 7.5 feet high. All of it made of finely spun linen. The bases of the posts are to be bronze. All the utensils of the tabernacle for every use and all its tent pegs, as well as the tent pegs of the courtyard, are to be made of bronze. You are to command the Israelites to bring you pure oil from crushed olives for the light, in order to keep the lamp burning regularly. In the tent of meeting outside the curtain that is in front of the testimony, Aaron and his sons are to tend the lamp from evening until morning before the Lord. This is to be a permanent statute for the Israelites throughout their generations. Have your brother Aaron with his sons come to you from the Israelites to serve me as priest. Aaron, his sons Nadab and Abihu, Eleazar and Ithamar. Make holy garments for your brother Aaron, for glory and for beauty. You are to instruct all the skilled artisans whom I have filled with the spirit of wisdom. Oh, I love that. To make Aaron's garments for consecrating him to serve me as priests. Isn't it just cool how God fills marketplace people with the spirit of wisdom? These are the garments that they must make: a breastpiece, an ephod, a robe, especially woven tunic, a turban, and a sash. They are to make holy garments for your brother Aaron and his sons, so that they may serve me as priests. They should use gold, blue, purple, scarlet yarn, and fine linen. They are to make the ephod of finely spun linen embroidered with gold, with blue, purple, and scarlet yarn. It must have 2 shoulder pieces attached to its edges so that it can be joined together. The artistically woven waistband that is on the ephod must be of 1 piece, according to the same workmanship of gold, blue, purple, and scarlet yarn of finely spun linen. Take 2 onyx stones and engrave on them the names of Israel's sons, 6 of their names on the first stone and the remaining 6 on the second stone, in the order of their birth. Engrave the 2 stones with the names of the Israel sons, as a gem cutter engraves a seal. Mount them, surround them with gold filigree settings. Fasten both stones on the shoulder pieces of the ephod as memorial stones for the Israelites. Aaron will carry their names on his 2 shoulders before the Lord as a reminder. Fashion gold filigree settings and 2 chains of pure gold. You will make them braided cord work. Attach the cord chains to the settings. You are to make an embroidered breastpiece for making decisions. Make it with the same workmanship as the ephod. Make it of gold, of blue, purple, scarlet yarn, of finely spun linen. It must be square and folded double, 9 inches long and 9 inches wide. Place a setting of gemstones on it, 4 rows of stones. The first row should be of cornelian, topaz, and emerald. The second row, turquoise, lapis lazuli, I don't know how to say that, and a diamond. Third row, jacinth, an agate, and an amethyst. And the fourth row, a beryl, onyx, and jasper. They should be adorned with gold filigree in their settings. The 12 stones are to correspond to the names of the Israel sons. Each stone must be engraved like a seal with one of the names of the 12 tribes. You are to make braided chains of pure cord, gold cord for the breastplate. Fashion 2 gold rings for the breastpiece, and attach them to its corners. Then attach the 2 gold cords to the gold rings at the corners of the breastpiece. Attach the other ends of the 2 cords to the filigree settings, and in this way attach them to the ephod shoulder pieces in the front. Make 2 other gold rings and put them at the 2 other corners of the breastpiece on the edge that is next to the inner border of the ephod. Make 2 more gold rings and attach them to the bottom of the ephod's 2 shoulder pieces on its front, close to its seam and above the ephod's woven waistband. The artisans are to tie the breastpiece from its rings to the rings of the ephod with a cord of blue yarn, so that the breastpiece is above the ephod's waistband and does not come loose from the ephod. Whenever he enters the sanctuary, Aaron is to carry the names of Israel's sons over his heart on the breastpiece for decisions as a continual reminder before the Lord. Place the Urim and the Thummim in the breastpiece for the decisions, so that they will be over Aaron's heart wherever he comes before the Lord. Aaron will continually carry the means of decisions for the Israelites over his heart before the Lord. You are to make the robe of the ephod entirely of blue yarn. There should be an opening at the top in the center of it. Around the opening, there should be a woven collar with an opening like that of body armor, so that it does not tear. Make pomegranates of blue, purple, and scarlet yarn on its lower hem and all around it. Put gold bells between them all the way around, so that the gold bells and the pomegranates alternate around the lower hem of the robe. The robe will be worn by Aaron whenever he ministers, and its sound will be heard when he enters the sanctuary before the Lord and when he exits, so that he does not die. You are to make a pure gold medallion and engrave it, like the engraving of a seal, holy to the Lord. Fasten it to the cord of blue yarn so it be placed on the turban. The medallion is to be on the front of the turban. It will be on Aaron's forehead, so that Aaron may bear the guilt connected with the holy offerings that the Israelites consecrate as their holy gifts. It is always to be on his forehead, so that they may find acceptance with the Lord. You are to weave the tunic from fine linen, make a turban of fine linen, and make an embroidered sash. Make tunics, sashes, and headbands for Aaron's sons to give them glory and beauty. Put these on your brother Aaron and his sons. Then anoint, ordain, and consecrate them, so that they may serve me as priests. Make them linen undergarments to cover their naked bodies. They must extend from the waist to the thigh. These must be worn by Aaron and his sons whenever they enter the tent of meeting or approach the altar to minister in the sanctuary area, so that they do not incur guilt and die. This is to be a permanent statute for Aaron and for his future descendants. This is what you are to do for them, to consecrate them, to serve me as priests. Take a young bull and 2 unblemished rams, with unleavened bread, unleavened cakes mixed with oil, and unleavened wafer coated with oil. Make them out of fine wheat flour, put them in a basket, and bring them in the basket. Along with the bull and 2 rams, bring Aaron and his sons to the entrance of the tent of meeting and wash them with water. Then take the garments and clothe Aaron with the tunic, the robe for the ephod itself, the breastpiece that fasten the ephod on him with its woven waistband. Put the turban on his head and place the holy diadem on the turban. Take the anointing oil, pour it on his head, and anoint him. You must also bring his sons and clothe them with tunics. Tie the sashes on Aaron and his sons and fasten headbands on them. The priesthood is to be theirs by a permanent statute. This is the way you will ordain Aaron and his sons. You are to bring the bull to the front of the tent of meeting, and Aaron and his sons must lay their hands on the bull's head. Slaughter the bull before the Lord at the entrance of the tent of meeting. Take some of the bull's blood and apply it to the horns of the altar with your finger. Then pour out all the rest of the blood at the base of the altar. Take the fat that covers the entrails, the fatty lobe of the liver, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat on them, and burn them on the altar. But burn the bull's flesh, its hide, and its waist outside the camp. It is a sin offering. Take 1 ram. Just seeing if anybody has no comments here, just making sure. Take 1 ram and Aaron and his sons are to lay their hands on the ram's head. You are to slaughter the ram, take its blood, splatter it on all sides of the altar, cut the ram into pieces, wash its entrails and legs, and place them with its head and its pieces on the altar. Then burn the whole ram on the altar. It is a burnt offering to the Lord. It is a pleasing aroma, a fire offering to the Lord. You are to take the second ram, and Aaron and his sons must lay their hands on the ram's head. Slaughter the ram, take some of its blood, and put it on Aaron's right earlobe, on his sons' right earlobes, on the thumbs of their right hands, and on the big toes of their right feet. Splatter the remaining blood on all sides of the altar. Take some of the blood that is on the altar and some of the anointing oil and sprinkle it on Aaron and his garments, as well as his sons and their garments, so that he and his garments will be holy, as well as his sons and their garments. I think we might have a good idea for elder ordination coming up, October 27th. What do you think, elders? We'll take a little blood, put it on your ears and your thumbs and your toes. Kind of like that, you know. Take the fat from the ram, the fat tail, the fat covering of the entrails, the fatty lobe of the liver, the 2 kidneys and the fat on them, and the right thigh, since this is a ram of ordination. Take 1 loaf of bread, 1 cake of bread with oil, 1 wafer from the basket of unleavened bread that is before the Lord, and put all of them in the hands of Aaron and his sons, and present them as a presentation offering before the Lord. Take them from their hands and burn them on the altar on top of the burnt offering as a pleasing aroma before the Lord. It is a fire offering to the Lord. Take the breast from the ram of Aaron's ordination and present it as a presentation offering before the Lord. It is to be your portion. Consecrate for Aaron and his sons the breast of the presentation offering that is presented, and the thigh of the contribution that is lifted up from the ram of ordination. This will belong to Aaron and his sons as a regular portion from the Israelites, for it is a contribution. It will be the Israelites' contribution from their fellowship sacrifices, their contribution to the Lord. So Aaron gets to eat and be a part of the sacrifice there. The holy garments that belong to Aaron are to belong to his sons after him, so they can be anointed or ordained in them. Any priest who is one of his sons and who succeeds him and enters the tent of meeting to minister in the sanctuary must wear them for 7 days. You are to take the ram of ordination and boil its flesh in a holy place. Aaron and his sons are to eat the meat of the ram and the bread that's in the basket at the entrance to the tent of meeting. They must eat those things by which atonement was made at the time of their ordination and consecration. An unauthorized person must not eat them, for these are holy. If any of the meat of ordination or any of the bread is left until morning, burn what is left over. It must not be eaten because it's holy. This is what you are to do for Aaron and for his sons based on all that I have commanded you. Take 7 days to ordain them. Sacrifice a bull as a sin offering each day for atonement. Purify the altar when you make atonement for it. Then anoint it in order to consecrate it. For 7 days you must make atonement for the altar and consecrate it. The altar will be especially holy. Whatever touches the altar will be consecrated. This is what you are to offer regularly on the altar every day. 2-year-old lambs in the morning offer 1 lamb. At twilight offer the other. With the first lamb offer 2 quarts of fine linen, 5 flour, mixed with 1 quart of oil from crushed olives, and a drink offering of 1 quart of wine. You are to offer the second lamb at twilight. Offer a grain offering and a drink offering with it, like the one in the morning, as a pleasing aroma, a fire offering to the Lord. This will be a regular burnt offering throughout your generations at the entrance to the tent of meeting before the Lord, where I meet with you to speak with you. I will also meet with the Israelites there, and that place will be consecrated by my glory. I will consecrate the tent of meeting and the altar. I will consecrate also Aaron and his sons to serve me as priests. And I will dwell among the Israelites and be their God, and they will know that I am the Lord their God, who brought them out of the land of Egypt, so that I might dwell among them. I might dwell among them. I am the Lord their God. You are to make an altar for burning incense. Make it of acacia wood. It must be square, 18 inches long and 18 inches wide. It must be 36 inches high. Its horns must be of one piece with it. Overlay its top all around, its sides, and its horns with pure gold. And make a gold molding all around it. Make 2 gold rings for it under the molding on its side. Put these on opposite sides of it to be holders for the poles to carry with it. Make the poles of acacia wood and overlay them with gold. You are to place the altar in front of the curtain by the ark of the testimony, in front of the mercy seat that is over the testimony, where I will meet with you. Aaron must burn fragrant incense on it. He must burn it every morning when he tends to the lamps. When Aaron sets up the lamps at twilight, he must burn incense. There is to be an incense offering before the Lord throughout your generations. Where was that? Incense offering before the Lord, generations. You must not offer unauthorized incense on it. That's a problem when we get to Numbers. You'll find out. You must not offer unauthorized incense on it, or a burnt or grain offering. You are not to pour a drink offering on it. Once a year, Aaron is to perform the atonement ceremony for the altar. Throughout your generations, he is to perform the atonement ceremony for it once a year. With the blood of the sin offering for atonement on the horns, the altar is especially holy to the Lord. The Lord spoke to Moses, when you take a census of the Israelites to register them, each of the men must pay a ransom for his life to the Lord as they're registered. Then no plague will come upon them as they're registered. Everyone who's registered must pay half a shekel, according to the sanctuary shekel, 20 gerahs to the shekel. The half shekel is a contribution to the Lord. Each man who is registered, 20 years old or more, must give this contribution to the Lord. The wealthy may not give more, and the poor may not give less than half the shekel when giving the contribution. And use it for the service of the tent of meeting. It will serve as a reminder for the Israelites before the Lord to atone for your lives. The Lord spoke to Moses, make a bronze basin for washing, a bronze stand for it. Set it between the tent of meeting and the altar, and put water on it. Aaron and his sons must wash their hands and feet from the basin. Whenever they enter the tent of meeting or approach the altar to minister by burning an offering to the Lord, they must wash with water so that they will not die. They must wash their hands and feet so that they will not die. This is to be a permanent statute for them. Aaron and his descendants throughout their generation. The Lord spoke to Moses, take for yourself the finest spices, 12.5 pounds of liquid myrrh, half as much, 6 1/4 pounds of fragrant cinnamon, 6 1/4 pounds of fragrant cane, 12.5 pounds of acacia by the sanctuary shekel, and a gallon of olive oil. Prepare from these a holy anointing oil, a scented blend, the work of a perfumer. It will be holy anointing oil. With it, you are to anoint the tent of meeting, the ark of the testimony, the table with all its utensils, the lampstand with its utensils, the altar of incense, the altar of burning offering with its utensils, and the basin with its stand. Consecrate them, and they will be especially holy. Whatever touches them will be consecrated. Anoint Aaron and his sons, and consecrate them to serve me as priests. Excuse me. Do a little eye rub there, huh? Tell the Israelites, this will be my holy anointing oil throughout your generations. It must not be used for ordinary anointing on a person's body, and you must not make anything like it using its formula. It is holy, and it must be holy to you. Anyone who blends something like it or puts some of it on an unauthorized person must be cut off from his people. The Lord said to Moses, take fragrant spices, stacte, onycha, and galbanum. The spices of pure frankincense are to be equal measures. Prepare expertly blended incense from these. It is to be seasoned with salt, pure and holy. Grind some of it into fine flour and put some in front of the testimony in the tent of meeting, where I will meet with you. It must be especially holy to you. As for the incense you are making, You must not make any for yourselves using its formula. It is to be regarded by you as holy, belonging to the Lord. Anyone who makes something like it to smell its fragrance must be cut off from the people. Oh, excuse me, y'all. The Lord spoke to Moses, Look, I have appointed by name Bezalel, son of Uri, son of Hur, of the tribe of Judah. I have filled him with the Spirit, God's Spirit, with wisdom, understanding, and ability in every craft, to design artistic works in gold and silver and bronze, to cut gemstones for mounting, and to carve wood for the work in every craft. I have also selected Aholibab, son of Ahishamach, of the tribe of Dan, to be with him. I have put wisdom in the heart of every skilled artisan in order to make all that I have commanded you, the tent of meeting, the ark of the testimony, the mercy seat that's on top of it, and all other furnishings of the tent, the table with its utensils, the pure gold lampstand with its utensils, the altar of incense, the altar of burnt offering with its utensils, the basin with its stand, the specially woven garments, both the holy garments for the priest Aaron and the garments for his sons to serve as priests, the anointing oil, the fragrant incense for the sanctuary. They must make they must make them according to all that I've commanded you. Then the Lord said to Moses, Tell the Israelites, you must observe my Sabbaths, for it is a sign between me and you throughout your generations, so that you will know that I am the Lord who consecrates you. Observe the Sabbath, for it is holy to you. Whoever profanes it must be put to death. If anyone does work on it, that person must be cut off from his people. Work may be done 6 days, but on the seventh day there must be a Sabbath of complete rest, holy to the Lord. Anyone who does work on the Sabbath day must be put to death. The Israelites must observe the Sabbath, celebrating it throughout their generations as a permanent covenant. It is a sign forever between me and the Israelites. For in 6 days the Lord made the heavens and the earth, and on the seventh day he rested and was refreshed. When he finished speaking with Moses on the Mount Sinai, he gave him the 2 tablets of the testimony, stone tablets, inscribed by the finger of God. Wow, that must have been really awesome. When the people saw that Moses delayed in coming down the mountain, they gathered around Aaron and said to him, Come, make gods for us who will go before us, because this Moses, the man who brought us up from the land of Egypt, we don't know what's happened to him. Aaron replied to them, Okay, we'll take off the gold that's in your ears and the ears of your wives, your sons, and your daughters, and bring them to me. So all the people took off the gold rings that were in their ears and brought them to Aaron. He took the gold from them, fashioned it with an engraving tool, and made it into an image of a calf. Then they said, Israel, these are your gods who brought you up from the land of Egypt. When Aaron saw this, he built an altar in front of it and made an announcement. There will be a festival to the Lord tomorrow. Early the next morning they arose and offered burnt offerings and presented fellowship offerings. The people sat down to eat and drink. They got up to party. They got up to party, yeah. The Lord spoke to Moses, Go down at once, for your people you brought up from the land of Egypt have acted corruptly. They have quickly turned from the way I commanded them. They have made for themselves an image of a calf. They have bowed down to it, sacrificed to it, and said, Israel, these are your gods who brought you up out of the land of Egypt. The Lord also said to Moses, I have seen this people. They are indeed a stiff-necked people. Now leave me alone so that my anger may burn against them, and I can destroy them. Then I will make you a great nation. But Moses sought the favor of the Lord his God. Lord, why does your anger burn against your people you brought out of the land of Egypt with great power and a strong hand? Why should the Egyptians say he brought us out with an evil intent to kill them in the mountains and eliminate them from the face of the earth. Turn from your fierce anger and relent concerning this disaster planned for your people. Remember your servants Abraham, Isaac, and Israel. You swore to them by yourself and declared, I will make your offspring as numerous as the stars of the sky, and I will give your promise in this land that I have promised, and they will inherit it forever. So the Lord relented concerning the disaster he'd said when he would bring on his people. Then Moses turned and went down the mountain with 2 tablets of the testimony in his hand. They were inscribed on both sides, inscribed front and back. The tablets were the work of God. The writing is God's writing engraved on tablets. Oh, thank you, Roger. I do need to drink more coffee. I'm having trouble. When Joshua heard the sound of the people as they shouted, he said to Moses, There is sound of war in the camp. But Moses replied, It is not the sound of victory cry, and not the sound of the cry of defeat. I hear the sound of singing. As he approached the camp and saw the calf and the dancing, Moses became enraged and threw the tablets out of his hands, smashing them at the base of the mountains. He took the calf they made, he burned it up, ground it to powder, he scattered the powder over the surface of the water, and forced the Israelites to drink the water. Moses asked Aaron, What did these people do to you that you have led them into such a grave sin? Well, don't be enraged, my lord, Aaron replied. You yourself know that the people are intent on evil. They said to me, Make gods for us who will go before us, because this Moses, this man who brought us out of the land of Egypt, well, we don't know what happened to him. So I said, okay, whoever has gold, take it off, and they gave it to me. And when I threw it into the fire, out came this calf. Moses saw that the people were out of control, for Aaron had let them get out of control, making them a laughingstock to their enemies. And Moses stood at the camp's entrance and said, Whoever is for the Lord, come to me. And all the Levites gathered around him. He told them, This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, said. Every man fasten his sword to his side, go back and forth through the camp, the entrance to entrance, and each of you kill his brother, his friend, and his neighbor. And the Levites did as Moses commanded, and about 3,000 men fell that day among the people. Afterward, Moses said, Today you have been dedicated to the Lord, since each man went against his son and his brother. Therefore, you have brought a blessing on yourselves today. The following day, Moses said to the people, You have committed a grave sin. Now I will go up to the Lord. Perhaps I will be able to atone for your sin. So Moses returned to the Lord and said, Oh, these people have committed a grave sin. They have made a god of gold for themselves. Now, if you would only forgive their sin, but if not, please erase me from the book you have written. The Lord replied to Moses, Whoever has sinned against me, I will erase from my book. Now go, lead the people to the place I told you about. See, my angel will go before you. But on the day I settle accounts, I will hold them accountable for their sin. And the Lord inflicted a plague on the people for what they did with the calf Aaron had made. The Lord spoke to Moses, Get up from here, you and the people you brought up from the land of Egypt, to the land I promised Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, saying, I will give it to your offspring. I will send an angel ahead of you and drive out the Canaanites, the Amorites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites. Go up to the land flowing with milk and honey. But I will not go up with you, otherwise, because you are a stiff-necked people. Otherwise, I might destroy you on the way. When the people heard the bad news, they mourned and didn't put on their jewelry. For the Lord said to Moses, Tell the Israelites, you are a stiff-necked people. If I went up with you for a single moment, I would destroy you. Now take off your jewelry, and I will decide what to do with you. So the Israelites remained stripped of their jewelry from Mount Horeb onward. And I'm just leaning back and forth. I hope that's not bothering y'all too much. Going back and forth here, trying to stay awake. I might have to stretch my back out in a minute. Now Moses took a tent and pitched it outside the camp, a distance from the camp. He called it the tent of meeting. Anyone who wanted to consult the Lord would go to the tent of the meeting that was outside the camp. Whenever Moses went out to the tent, all the people would stand up, each one at the door of his tent, and they would watch Moses until he entered the tent. When Moses entered the tent, the pillar of cloud would come down and remain at the entrance to the tent, and the Lord would speak with Moses. As all people saw the pillar of cloud remaining at the entrance of the tent, they would stand up, then bow and worship, each one at the front of his door of his tent. The Lord would speak with Moses face to face, just as a man speaks with his friend. Then Moses would return to the camp. His assistant, the young man Joshua, son of Nun, would not leave the inside of the tent. Moses said to the Lord, "Look, you have told me, lead these people, but you have not let me know with whom you will send with me. You said, I know you by name, and you have found favor with me. Now, if I have indeed found favor with you, please teach me your ways." Wow, what a great prayer. "And I will know you, so that I may find favor with you. Now consider that this nation is your people." And he replied, "My presence will go with you, and I will give you rest." "If your presence doesn't go," Moses responded, "don't make us go up from here. How will it be known that I and your people have found favor with you unless you go with us? I and your people will be distinguished by this from all other people on the face of the earth." Moses answered the Lord, "I will do this very thing you have asked, for you have found favor with me. I know you by name." Then Moses said, "Please let me see your glory." "Oh, please let me see your glory." He said, "I will cause all my goodness to pass in front of you, and I will proclaim the name the Lord before you. I will be gracious to whom I will be gracious, and I will have compassion on whom I will have compassion." But he added, "You cannot see my face, for humans cannot see me and live." The Lord said, "Here is a place near me. You are to stand on the rock, and when my glory passes by, I will put you in the crevice of the rock and cover you with my hand until I have passed by. Then I will take my hand away, and you will see my back, but my face will not be seen." All right, got to stretch out my back here for a second. Hang on, guys. Okay. All right. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Cut 2 stone tablets like the first ones, and I will write on them the words that were on the first tablets you broke. Be prepared by morning. Come up Mount Sinai in the morning and stand before me on the mountaintop. No one may go with you. In fact, no one should be seen anywhere on the mountain. Even the flocks and the herds are not to graze in front of that mountain." Moses cut 2 stone tablets like the first ones. He got up early in the morning, taking the 2 stone tablets in his hand. He climbed Mount Sinai just as the Lord had commanded. The Lord came down in a cloud, stood there with him, and proclaimed this: The Lord is compassionate and a gracious God, slow to anger and abounding in faithful love and truth, maintaining faithful love to 1,000 generations, forgiving iniquity, rebellion, and sin. But he will not leave the guilty unpunished, bringing the father's iniquity on the children and grandchildren to the 3rd and 4th generation. Moses immediately knelt on the ground and worshipped. Then he said, "My Lord, if I have indeed found favor with you, my Lord, please go with us, even though this is a stiff-necked people. Forgive our iniquity and our sin, and accept us as your own possession." And the Lord responded, "Look, I am making a covenant. I will perform wonders in the presence of all your people that have never been done on the whole earth or in any nation. All the people you live among will see the Lord's work, for what I am doing with you is awe-inspiring. Observe what I command you today. I am going to drive out before you the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites. Be careful not to make a treaty with any of the inhabitants of the land that you are going to enter, otherwise they will become a snare among you, and instead you must tear down their altars, smash their sacred pillars, and chop down their Asherah poles. Because the Lord is jealous for his reputation. You are never to bow down to another god. He is a jealous God. Do not make a treaty with the inhabitants of the land, or else when they prostitute themselves with their gods and sacrifice to their gods, they will invite you, and you will eat their sacrifices. Then you will take some of your daughters as brides for your sons. Then their daughters will be prostitutes themselves with their gods, and cause your sons to prostitute themselves with their gods. Do not make cast images of gods for yourself. Observe the feast of unleavened bread. You are to eat unleavened bread for 7 days at the appointed time in the month of Abib, as I command you, for you came out of Egypt in the month of Abib. Firstborn male from every womb belongs to me, including all your male livestock, the firstborn of cattle or sheep. You may redeem the firstborn of must redeem the firstborn donkey with a sheep. But if you do not redeem it, break its neck. You must redeem all the firstborn of your sons. No one is to appear before me empty-handed. You are to labor 6 days, but you must rest on the 7th day. You must even rest during plowing and harvest times. Wow. Wow, wow. I love that. Even in the most productive times for your business, you are to trust the Lord with rest. Observe the festival of weeks with the first fruit of the wheat harvest and the festival of ingathering at the turn of the agricultural year. 3 times a year your males are to appear before the Lord God, the God of Israel. For I will drive out nations before you and enlarge your territory. No one will covet your land when you go up 3 times a year before the Lord, to appear before the Lord. Do not present the blood for my sacrifice with anything unleavened. The sacrifice of the Passover festival must not remain until morning. Bring the best of first fruits of your land to the house of the Lord your God. You must not boil a young goat in its mother's milk. The Lord also said to Moses, write down these words, for I have found them I'm struggling here. I am struggling on the struggle bus. I'm trying to get these chapters read in the next 20 minutes. I'm not sure I'm going to get to it. 17 to page 24. Maybe I can get there. Moses was right with the Lord 40 days and 40 nights. He did not eat food or drink or water. He wrote the 10 Commandments, the words of the covenant, on the tablets. As Moses descended from Mount Sinai with the 2 tablets of the testimony in his hands as he descended the mountain, he did not realize that the skin of his face shone as a result of his speaking with the Lord. When Aaron and all the Israelites saw Moses, the skin of his face shone, they were afraid to come near him. But Moses called out to them. So Aaron and all the leaders of the community returned to him, and Moses spoke to them. Moses spoke to them. Afterward, all the Israelites came near, and he told them. Afterward, all the Israelites came near, and he commanded them to do everything the Lord had told him on Mount Sinai. When Moses had finished speaking with them, he put a veil over his face. Whenever Moses went before the Lord to speak with him, he would remove the veil until he came out, and after he came out, he would tell the Israelites what he had been commanded. And the Israelites would see that Moses' face was radiant. Then Moses would put the veil over his face again until he went to speak with the Lord. Oh, Moses commanded the entire Israelite community and said to them, these indeed are the things that the Lord has commanded you to do. For 6 days work is to be done. But on the 7th day you are to have a holy day, a Sabbath of complete rest to the Lord. Anyone who does work on it must be executed. Yikes! Do not light a fire in any of your homes on the Sabbath day. Then Moses said to the entire Israelite community, this is what the Lord has commanded. Take up an offering among you for the Lord. Let everyone whose heart is willing to bring this as the Lord's offering, gold and silver and bronze, blue and purple and scarlet yarn, fine linen and goat hair, ram skins, dyed red and fine leather, acacia wood, oil for the light, spices for the anointing oil, and for the fragrant incense, and onyx with gemstones to mount on the ephod and breastplate. Let all the skilled artisans among you come and make everything that the Lord has commanded, the tabernacle and its tent, its coverings, its clasps, its support, its crossbars, its pillar, its bases, the ark with its poles, the mercy seat, and the curtain for the screen, the table with its poles and all its utensils, and bread of the presence. Yep. The bread of the presence, the lampstand for the light with the utensils and lamps, as well as the oil for the anointing oil and the fragrant incense, the entryway screen for the entrance of the tabernacle, the altar of burnt offerings with its bronze grate and poles, its utensils, the basin with its stand, the hangings of the courtyard, its posts, its bases, and the screen for the grate of the courtyard, the tent pegs for the tabernacle, and the tent pegs for the courtyard, along with their ropes, and the 70 woven these specially woven the tent pegs for the tabernacle, the tent pegs for the courtyard, along with the ropes, and the specially woven garments for ministering in the sanctuary, the holy garments for the priest of Aaron, and the garments for his son to serve as priests. Then the entire Israelite community left Moses' presence. Everyone whose heart was moved and whose spirit prompted him came and brought an offering to the Lord for the work of the tent of the meeting, for all its services and the holy garments. Both men and women and all who had willing hearts brought brooches, earrings, rings, necklaces, and all kinds of gold jewelry. Everyone had presented a presentation offering to the Lord. Everyone who possessed blue, purple, or scarlet yarn, fine linen, goat hair, ram skins dyed red, or of fine leather, brought them. Everyone making an offering of silver or bronze brought it as a contribution to the Lord. Everyone who possessed acacia wood useful for any task in the work brought it. Every skilled woman spun yarn with her hands and brought it, blue, purple, scarlet yarn, and fine linen. And all the women whose hearts were moved spun goat's hair by virtue of their skill. The leaders brought onyx and gemstones, as well as a spice and oil for the light, for the anointing oil, for the fragrant incense. So the Israelites brought a free will offering to the Lord, all the men and women whose hearts prompted them to bring something for all the work that the Lord through Moses had commanded to be done. Then Moses said to the Israelites, look, the Lord has appointed by name Bezalel, son of Uri, son of Hur, of the tribe of Judah. He has filled him with God's Spirit, with wisdom, understanding, ability, and every kind of craft to design artistic works in gold, silver, and bronze, to cut gemstones for mounting, to carve wood for work in every kind of artistic craft. He has given both him and Aholiab, the son of Ahishamach, from the tribe of Dan, the ability to teach others. That's cool. He has filled them with skill to do all the work of a gem cutter, a designer and embroiderer in purple, blue, and scarlet yarn and fine linen, and a weaver. They can do every kind of craft and design artistic designs. Bezalel, Aholiab, and all the skilled people are to work based on everything the Lord has commanded. The Lord has given them wisdom and understanding to know how to do all the work constructing the sanctuary. So Moses summoned Bezalel, Aholiab, and every skilled person in whose heart moved, place of wisdom, all whose hearts moved them came to come to the work and do it. They took from Moses' presence all the contributions that the Israelites had brought for the task of making the sanctuary. Meanwhile, the people continued to bring freewill offerings morning after morning. Then all the artisans who were doing all the work for the sanctuary came one by one from the work they were doing and said to Moses, "The people are bringing more than is needed for the construction of the work that the Lord commanded to be done." After Moses gave an order, they sent a proclamation through the camp, "Let no man or woman make anything else as an offering for the sanctuary." So the people stopped. The materials were sufficient to do all the work. There was more than enough. All the skilled artisans among those doing work made the tabernacle with its 10 curtains. Bezalel finally made them of finely spun linen, as well as blue, purple, scarlet yarn, with a design of cherubim worked into them. Each curtain was 42 feet long and 6 feet wide, and all the curtains had the same measurements. He joined 5 of the curtains to each other, and the other 5 they joined to each other. He made the loops of blue yarn on the edge of the last curtain in the first set, and did the same on the edge of the outermost curtain on the second set. He made 50 loops on the one curtain and 50 on the edge of the curtain on the second set, so that the loops lined up with each other. He also made 50 gold clasps and joined the curtains together so that the tabernacle became a single unit. He made curtains of goat hair and 10 over the tabernacle. He made 11 of them. Each curtain was 45 feet long and 6 feet wide. All 11 curtains had the same measurements. He joined 5 of the curtains together, and the other 6 together. He made 50 loops on the edge of the outermost curtain. On the edge of the outermost curtain. In the first set, and 50 loops on the edge of the corresponding curtain in the second set. He made 50 bronze clasps to join the tent together as a single unit. He also made a covering for the tent from ram skins dyed red, and a covering of fine leather on top of it. He made upright supports of acacia wood for the tabernacle. Each support was 15 Each support was 15 feet long and 27 inches wide. Each support had 2 tenons, one for joining one another. He did the same for all the supports of the tabernacle. He made supports for the tabernacle as follows: 20 for the south side, and he made 40 silver bases to put under the 20 supports, 2 bases under the first support for its 2 tenons, and the 2 bases under each of the following supports for their 2 tenons. For the second side of the tabernacle, the north side, he made 20 supports with their 40 silver bases, 2 bases under the first support and 2 bases under each of the following ones. And for the back of the tabernacle on the west side, he made 60 supports. He also made 2 additional supports for the 2 back corners of the tabernacle. They were paired at the bottom and joined together at the top of the single ring. This is what he did with both of them for the 2 corners. So they were 8 supports with their 16 silver bases. If you're anything like me, you're having a really hard time following this audibly, but go look up pictures of Moses' tabernacle and dimensions, and it helps a lot having a visual. So there were 8 supports with their 16 silver bases, 2 bases under each one. He made 5 crossbars of acacia wood for the supports on the one side of the tabernacle, 5 crossbars of the supports on the other side of the tabernacle, and 5 crossbars for those at the back of the tabernacle on the west. He made the central crossbar run through the middle of the supports from one end to the other. Also, he overlaid them with gold and made their rings out of gold as holders and crossbars. He also overlaid crossbars with gold. Then he made the curtain with blue, purple, and scarlet yarn and finely spun linen. He made it with a design of cherubim worked into it. He made 4 pillars of acacia wood for it, overlaid them with gold. Their hooks were of gold, and he cast 4 silver bases for the pillars. He made a screen of embroidered with blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, and finally spun linen at the entrance of the tent. Together with the 5 pillars and their hooks, he overlaid the tops of the pillars with their bands in the gold and put their 5 bases in the bronze. Making the ark, chapter 37. But Bezalel made the ark of acacia wood, 45 inches long, 27 inches wide, and 27 inches high. He overlaid it with pure gold inside and out and made a gold mounting all around it. He cast 4 gold rings for it in its 4 feet, and 2 rings on one side and 2 rings on the other side. He made the poles of acacia wood and overlaid them with gold. He inserted the poles into the rings on the sides of the ark for carrying the ark. They weren't allowed to touch it. He made a mercy seat of pure gold, 45 inches long and 27 inches wide. He made 2 cherubim of gold. He made them of hammered work at the 2 ends of the mercy seat, 1 cherubim at one end and the 1 cherubim at the other end. At each end he made a cherubim of one piece with the mercy seat. They had wings spread out. They faced each other and covered the mercy seat with their wings. The faces of the cherubim were looking toward the mercy seat. He constructed the table of acacia wood, 36 inches long, 18 inches wide, and 27 inches high. He overlaid it with pure gold, made a gold mounting all around it. He made a 3-inch frame all around it, made it of gold mounting all its frame. He cast 4 gold rings for it, attached the 4 rings to the 4 corners of the 4 legs. The rings were next to the frame as the holders for the poles to carry the table. He made the poles for the carrying the table of acacia wood and overlaid them with gold. He also made the utensils that would be on the table of pure gold, its plates, its cups, as well as the bowls and pitchers for pouring drink offerings. Then he made the lampstand out of pure hammered gold. He made all of it of one piece, its base, shafts, its ornament cups, and its buds and its petals. 6 branches extended from its side, 3 branches on the lampstand from one side, and 3 branches on the lampstands from the other side. There were more than 3 cups shaped like almond blossoms, each with a bud and a petal. Ooh. It was this way for 6 branches that extended from the lampstand. There were 4 cups shaped like almond blossoms on the lamp shaft with its buds and petals, for the 6 branches that extended from it. A bud was under the first pair of branches in it. Thanks, Jason. Through 75 hours of how the Bible was written by what authors? That's a good question, Jason. Thanks. Absolutely. If you go back and look at some of our old sermon series on Revelationship, it was about 2 years ago, I think. If you can look back in some of our sermon series, we have on YouTube about 2 years ago. During that series on Revelationship, we cover a lot of authorship and how the Bible was put together. We did that on Sunday morning. It was a more anyway. He made the altar out of acacia wood. It was square, 18 inches wide, 36 inches high. Its horns were of one piece with it. He overlaid its top all around the sides, and its horns with pure gold. Then he made a gold molding all around. He made 2 gold rings for it under the molding on 2 of its sides. He put these on opposite sides to be the holders for the poles to carry with. He made the poles of acacia wood and overlaid them with gold. He also made the holy anointing oil and the pure, fragrant, expertly blended incense. Bezalel constructed the altar of burnt offering from acacia wood. It was square, 7.5 feet long and 7.5 feet wide and 4.5 feet high. He made horns for it on its 4 corners. The horns were of one piece with it. Then he overlaid it with bronze. He made all the altars and utensils, the pots, the shovels, the basins, the meat forks, the fire pans. He made all its utensils of bronze. He constructed for the altar a grate of bronze meshed under its ledge, halfway up from the bottom. He cast 4 rings at the 4 corners of the bronze grate, the holders of the poles. He made the poles of acacia wood and overlaid them with bronze. Then he inserted the poles into the rings on the sides of the altar in order to carry it with them. He constructed the altar with boards so that it was hollow. The bronze basin. He made the bronze basin with its stand from the bronze mirrors of the women who served at the entrance of the tent of meeting, the courtyard. And then he made the courtyard, the hangings on the south side of the courtyard of finely spun linen, 150 feet long, including their 20 posts and their 20 bronze basins with silver hooks and silver bands for the posts. The hangings on the north side were 150 feet long, including the 20 posts and 20 bronze bases. The hooks and the bands of the posts were silver. The hangings on the west side were 75 feet long, including their 10 posts and their 10 bases with silver hooks and silver bands for the posts. And for the east side of the sunrise, 75 feet long, the hangings on the one side of the gate were 22.5 feet, including their 3 posts and their 3 bases. And the same for the other side of the courtyard. The hangings were 22.5 feet wide, 2.5 feet, including their 3 posts and their 3 bases. All the hangings around the courtyard were finely spun linen. The bases of the posts were bronze. The hooks and the bands of the post were silver, and the plating for the tops of the posts was silver. All the posts of the courtyard were banded with silver. The screen for the gate of the courtyard was made of finely spun linen, expertly embroidered with blue, purple, scarlet yarn. It was 30 feet long, and like the hangings of the courtyard, 7.5 feet high. It had 4 posts with their 4 posts with their 4 bronze bases. Their hooks were silver, their tops plating with their bands was silver. All the tent pegs for the tabernacle and for the surrounding courtyard were bronze. This is the inventory for the tabernacle. The tabernacle of the testimony was recorded at Moses' command. It was the work of the Levites and the direction of Ithamar, son of Aaron, the priest. Bezalel, son of Uri, son of Hur, the tribe of Judah, made everything that the Lord commanded Moses. With him was Aholiab, the son of Ahishamach, of the tribe of Dan, a gem cutter, a designer, an embroiderer with blue, purple, and scarlet yarn and fine linen. And all the gold of the presentation offering that was used for the project and all the work of the sanctuary was 2,193 pounds, according to the sanctuary shekel. The silver from the community who were registered was 7,544 pounds, according to the sanctuary shekel. 2/5 of an ounce per man, that is half a shekel, according to the sanctuary shekel, from everyone 20 years old or more who had crossed over the registered group. 603,550 men. 603,550 men. There were 7,500 pounds of silver used to cast the bases of the sanctuary and the bases of the curtain. 100 bases from 7,500 pounds, 75 pounds for each base, with remaining 44 pounds. He made the hooks for the posts, overlaid their tops, and supplied their bands for them. The bronze of the presentation offering totaled 5,310 pounds. He made it with the bases for the entrance to the tent of meeting, the bronze altar and the bronze gate, and all the utensils for the altar, the bases of the surrounding courtyard, the bases for the gate of the courtyard, all the tent pegs for the tabernacle, and all the tent pegs for the surrounding courtyard. They made specially woven garments for ministry in the sanctuary, and the holy garments for Aaron from the blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, just as the Lord had commanded Moses. Bezalel made the ephod of gold, of blue, of purple, and scarlet yarn, and of finely spun linen. They hammered out thin sheets of gold, and he cut threads from them to interweave with the blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, and finally fine linen in a skillful design. They made shoulder pieces for attaching it. It was joined together at its two edges. The artistically woven waistband was on the ephod, was of one piece with the ephod, according to the same workmanship of gold, blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, of finely spun linen, just as the Lord had commanded Moses. Then they mounted the onyx stones surrounded with the gold filigree settings engraved with the names of Israel's sons, as a gem cutter engraves a seal. He fastened them on the shoulder pieces of the ephod as memorial stones for the Israelites, just as the Lord had commanded Moses. He also made the embroidered breastplate with the same workmanship as the ephod, of gold, and blue, and purple, and scarlet yarn, and of finely spun linen. They made the breastpiece of square folded double, 9 inches long and 9 inches wide. They mounted 4 rows of gemstones on it. The first row was a row of cornelian, topaz, and emerald. The second row, turquoise, lapis lazuli, and diamond. The third row, jacinth, agate, and amethyst. The fourth row, beryl, onyx, and jasper. They were surrounded with gold filigree in their settings. The 12 stones corresponded to the names of Israel's sons. Each stone was engraved with a seal with one of the names of the 12 tribes. They made braided chains of pure gold, cord for the breastpiece. They also fashioned 2 filigree settings and 2 gold rings, and attached 2 rings to its corners. Yeah? Who is it? Cecilia, you coming to read?
Yeah.
Oh, man. You're up late.
Well, Cole woke up.
What's that?
Cole woke up.
Cole woke up? Well, I'm almost done with Exodus. You want me to, can I finish Exodus here?
Yeah.
I got 2 pages.
This is for you.
Oh, that's for me? What is that?
Black coffee.
Oh.
I don't drink it black or not.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, are you coming to read or just coming to? Okay. You're so awesome. Oh.
Double
Thank you.
intersection, or did God want me to help you out?
You know, this is for me or for you?
For you.
What are you going to drink?
Not black coffee.
Not black coffee? No?
Drink this.
Oh, you drink, okay. Well, it is kind of amazing that this sheet right here says that we should be done with Exodus in 3 hours, and I am on chapter 39, almost done with 40, which is the end of Exodus, and it has been 3 hours. And we did Genesis in 3.5 hours, so yeah, I'm almost done. I have fallen asleep standing up a couple times, so.
Yeah, I woke up and I was like, I'll just check and see if Louise is still there. And you were like struggle. I was like, oh no.
How funny. Oh, Cecilia Anderson is here. Thank you so much. Oh, yes. Roger actually put a YouTube comment on here. You need to drink more coffee. That's so nice of you. Thank you. They made 2 other gold rings and put them at the 2 corners of the breastpiece on the edge that is next to the inner border of the ephod. They made 2 more gold rings and attached them to the bottom of the ephod's 2 shoulder pieces in its front, close to its seam, above the ephod's woven waistband. Then they tied the breastpiece from its rings in the ephod with a cord of blue yarn, so the breastpiece was above the ephod's waistband and did not come loose from the ephod. They did just as the Lord had commanded. They made the woven robe of the ephod entirely of blue yarn. There was an opening in the center of the robe, like that of body armor, with a collar around the opening so that it would not tear. They made pomegranates of finely spun blue, purple, and scarlet yarn on the lower hem of the robe. They made bells of pure gold and attached the bells between the pomegranates, all around the hem of the robe between the pomegranates, a bell and a pomegranate alternating around the lower hem of the robe to be worn for ministry. They made it just as the Lord had commanded. They made the tunics of fine woven linen for Aaron and his sons. They made the turban and the ornate headbands of fine linen, the linen undergarments of finely spun linen, the sash of finely spun linen, expertly embroidered with blue, purple, and scarlet yarn. They did just as the Lord had commanded Moses. They made a medallion, the holy diadem, out of pure gold, and wrote on it an inscription like the graving of a seal on a seal, holy to the Lord. They attached the cord of blue yarn to it in order to mount it to the turban, just as the Lord had commanded Moses. So all the work of the tabernacle of the tent of the meeting was finished. The Israelites did everything just as the Lord had commanded Moses. They brought the tabernacle to Moses, the tent with all its furnishings, its clasps, its supports, its crossbars, its pillars, its bases, the covering of ram skins dyed red, and the covering of fine leather, the curtain for its screen, the ark of the testimony with its poles, and the mercy seat, the table, all its utensils, and the bread of the presence, the pure gold lampstand with its lamps arranged and all its utensils, as well as the oil for the light, the gold altar, the anointing oil, the fragrant incense, the screen for the entrance of the tent, the bronze altar with its bronze gate, its poles and its utensils, the basin with its stand, the hangings of the courtyard, its posts and bases, the screen for the gate of the courtyard, its ropes, its tent pegs, and all the furnishing for the service of the tabernacle, the tent of meeting, and the specially woven garments for ministering in the sanctuary, the holy garments for the priest Aaron, and the garments for his sons to serve as priests. The Israelites had done all the work according to everything the Lord had commanded Moses. Moses inspected all the work that they had accomplished. They had done just as the Lord commanded. Then Moses blessed them. The Lord spoke to Moses, "You are to set up the tabernacle of the tent of meeting on the first day of the first month. Put the ark of the testimony there and screen off the ark with the curtain. Then bring in the table and lay it out its arrangement. Also bring in the lampstand and set up its lamps. Place the gold altar for incense in front of the ark of the testimony. Put up the screen for the entrance of the tabernacle. Position the altar of burning offering in front of the entrance to the tabernacle, the tent of meeting, and the altar, and put water in it." That's good. "Assemble the surrounding courtyard and hang the screen for the gate of the courtyard. Take the anointing oil and anoint the tabernacle and everything in it. Consecrate it along with all its furnishing so that it will be holy. Anoint the altar of burnt offering and its utensils. Consecrate the altar so that it will be especially holy. Anoint the basin and its stand and consecrate it. Then bring Aaron and his sons in the entrance to the tent of meeting and wash them with water. Clothe Aaron with the holy garment. Anoint him and consecrate him so he can serve me as priest. Have his sons come forward and clothe them in tunics. Anoint them just as you anointed their father, so that they may serve me as priests. Their anointing will serve to inaugurate a permanent priesthood for them throughout their generations." Moses did everything just as the Lord had commanded him. The tabernacle was set up in the first month of the second year on the first day of the month. Moses set up the tabernacle. He laid its bases, positioned its supports, inserted its crossbars, and set up its pillars. He spread the tent over the tabernacle and put the covering of the tent on top of it, just as the Lord had commanded Moses. Moses took the testimony and placed it in the ark, attached the poles to the ark. He set up the mercy seat on top of the ark. He brought the ark into the tabernacle, put the curtain of the screen off of the testimony, just as the Lord had commanded him. Moses placed the table in the tent of meeting on the north side of the tabernacle, outside the curtain. He arranged the bread on it before the Lord, just as the Lord had commanded. He put the lampstand in the tent of meeting opposite the table of the south side of the tabernacle and set up the lamps before the Lord, just as the Lord had commanded him. Moses installed the gold altar in the tent of meeting in front of the curtain and burned fragrant incense on it, just as the Lord had commanded him. He put up the screen at the entrance of the tabernacle. He placed the altar of burning offering at the entrance of the tabernacle, the tent of meeting, and offered the burnt offering and the grain offering on it, just as the Lord had commanded him. He set the basin between the tent of the meeting and the altar, put water on it for washing. Moses, Aaron, and his sons washed their hands and feet from it. They washed whenever they came to the tent of meeting and approached the altar, just as the Lord had commanded Moses. Next, Moses set up surrounding courtyard for the tabernacle and the altar, hung a screen for the gate of the courtyard. So Moses finished the work. Then the cloud covered the tent of meeting. The glory of the Lord filled the tabernacle. Woohoo! Moses was unable to enter the tent of meeting because the cloud rested on it, and the glory of the Lord filled the tabernacle. The Israelites set out whenever the cloud was taken up from the tabernacle throughout all the stages of their journey. If the cloud was not taken up, they did not set out until it was taken up. For the cloud of the Lord was over the tabernacle by day, and there was a fire inside the cloud by night, visible to the entire house of Israel throughout all the stages of their journey. Okay. That was Exodus. And we got through it in a little over 3 hours. But the reason I read so fast there at the end was because I was trying to make up for my my dozing. So you're going to read?
I'm gonna read.
Do you want to sit, stand? What do you want to do? Because here, let me move this out of the way.
Maybe sit.
Sit. Okay.
Maybe sit.
Readjust the camera. That's okay.
Oh yeah.
How long do you want to stay?
At least an hour. I don't know.
Oh wow. Yeah, that's a long time.
Yeah.
That's good. That's
Hopefully
you want to
enough
use
time for you
this?
to take a nap. Yes.
What's that?
Hopefully enough time for you to take a nap.
Yes, it will be enough time for me to nap at least for an hour, and then. Sorry.
Oh, that's good.
You are such a blessing.
Well, we felt, I was like, I really want to go in last night, and then right when we thought about it, the youth came in. Yeah, there we go. And we said last night, we were like, well, Cole will wake up around 3 or so, so we're going in. And then he's never woke up this early. Like,
Oh my!
all right, yeah, okay.
Wow.
What's he doing? All right.
Well, let me just say real quick, Cecilia is coming in. She's taking over at Leviticus, and if you're up tonight and you say, you know, I could give 30 minutes or an hour to reading scripture, come on by the office. It officially starts today, at 8 a.m., so you can sign up at a prescribed time, or you can help us fill these 7 hours between right now and 8 a.m. of reading scripture together. And so I'm going to turn things over to you, and let me readjust this.
Yeah.
If for some reason Instagram will only let us record 4 hours at a time, live, and Facebook. If this right here says reconnecting, that means that Facebook or Instagram has come off.
But it should connect back on.
Oh, here we are. We've been live for 2 hours and 37 minutes
Okay.
with from here. So that means we still have another hour and 13 minutes.
Okay.
All right.
Cool.
I'll be back.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay.
I'm going to set this down a little bit so people can see it. There's 2 camera angles, by the way, if you want. If you want to switch it all over there. You don't have to, but
Yeah, I think I'm
Whichever
gonna not
one
look
you
at that. Yeah.
whichever one you like better.
All right. Okay, Leviticus chapter 1, the burnt offering. And then the Lord summoned Moses and spoke to him from the tent of meetings. Speak to the Israelites and tell them, when any of you bring an offering to the Lord from the livestock, you may bring your offering from the herd or the flock. If his offering is a burnt offering from the herd, he is to bring an unblemished male. He will bring it to the entrance of the tent by meeting so that he may be accepted to the Lord. He is to lay his hand on the head of the burnt offering so that it may be accepted on his behalf to make atonement for him. He is to slaughter the bull before the Lord. Aaron's sons, the priests, are to present the blood and splatter it on all sides of the altar, that is at the entrance of the tent or the meeting. Then he is to skin the burnt offering and cut it into pieces. The sons of Aaron, the priest, will prepare a fire on the altar and arrange wood on the fire. Aaron's sons, the priests, are to arrange the pieces, the head, and the fat on top of the burning wood of the altar. The offer is to wash its entrails and legs with water.
Then the priest will burn all of it on the altar as the burnt offering, as a fire offering of the pleasing aroma to the Lord. But if his offering for a burnt offering is from the flock, from sheep or goats, he is to present an unblemished male. He will slaughter it on the north side of the altar before the Lord. Aaron's sons, the priests, will splatter its blood against the wall of the altar on all sides. He will cut the animal into pieces with its head and its fat, and the priest will arrange the top of the burning wood on the altar. But he is to wash the entrails and legs with water. The priest will then present all of it and burn it on the altar. It is a burnt offering, a fire offering of the pleasing aroma to the Lord. If his offering to the Lord is a burnt offering of birds, he is to present his offering from the turtle doves or young pigeons. Then the priest is to burn it at the altar and will twist off its head and burn it on the altar. Its blood should be drained from the side of the altar. He will remove its digestive tract, cutting off the tail feathers, and throw it on the east side of the altar at the place for ashes. He will tear it open by its wings without dividing the bird. Then the priest is to burn it on the altar on top of the burning wood. It is a burnt offering, a fire offering of a pleasing aroma to the Lord. When anyone presents a grain offering as an offering to the Lord, it is to consist of fine flour. He is to pour olive oil on it, put frankincense on it, and bring it to Aaron's sons, the priest. The priest will take a handful of fine flour and oil from it along with the frankincense and will burn this memorial portion of it on the altar, a fire offering of the pleasing aroma to the Lord. But the rest of the grain offering will belong to Aaron and his sons. It is the holiest part of the fire offerings to the Lord. When you present a grain offering, bake it in an oven. It is to be made of the fine flour, either unleavened cakes mixed with oil or unleavened wafers coated with oil. If your offering is a grain offering prepared on the griddle, it is to be unleavened bread made of fine flour mixed with oil. Break it into pieces and pour oil on it, for it is a grain offering. If your offering is a grain offering prepared in a pan, it is to be made of fine flour with oil. When you bring it to the Lord, the grain offering made in any of these ways will be presented to the priest, and he will take it to the altar. See ya. The priest will remove the memorial portion of the grain offering and burn it on the altar, a fire offering of the pleasing aroma to the Lord. But the rest of the grain offering will belong to Aaron and his sons. It is the holiest part of the fire offerings to the Lord. No grain offering that you present to the Lord is to be made with yeast, for you are not to burn any yeast or honey as a fire offering to the Lord. You may present them to the Lord as an offering of first fruits, for they are not to be the offering on the altar as a pleasing aroma. You are to season each of your grain offerings with salt. You must not omit from your grain offering the salt of the covenant with your God. You are to present salt with each of your offerings. If you present a grain offering of first fruits to the Lord, you are to present fresh heads of grain, crushed kernels, roasted on a fire for your grain offering of first fruits. You are to put oil and frankincense on it. It is a grain offering. The priest will then burn some of its crushed kernels and oil with its frankincense as a fire offering to the Lord. If his offering is a fellowship sacrifice and he is presenting an animal from the herd, whether male or female, he is to present one without blemish before the Lord. He is to lay his hand on the head of the offering and slaughter it at the entrance of the tent of meeting. Then Aaron's sons, the priests, will splatter the blood on all the sides of the altar. He will present part of the fellowship sacrifice as a fire offering to the Lord, the fat surrounding the entrails, the fat that is on the entrails, and 2 kidneys with the fat on them at the loins. He will also remove the fatty lobe of the liver with the kidneys. Aaron's sons will burn it at the altar along with the burnt offering that is on the burning wood, a fire offering of a pleasing aroma to the Lord. If his offering is a fellowship sacrifice to the Lord is from the flock, he will present a male or female without blemish. If he is to present a lamb for his offering, he is to present it before the Lord. He must lay his hand on the head of the offering and slaughter it before the tent of meeting. Aaron's sons will splatter its blood on the side of the altar. He will then present part of the fellowship sacrifice as a fire offering to the Lord, consisting of its fat and the entire fat tail, which he is to remove close to the backbone. He will also remove the fat surrounding the entrails, all of the fat on the entrails, the 2 kidneys with the fat on them at the loins, and the fatty lobe of the liver above the kidneys. Then the priest will burn the food on the altar as a fire offering to the Lord. If his offering is a goat, he is to present it before the Lord. He must lay his head on the hand on the head and slaughter it before the tent of the meeting. Aaron's sons will splatter its blood on the sides of the altar. He will present part of the offering as a fire offering to the Lord. The fat surrounding the entrails, all the fat that is on the entrails, and the 2 kidneys with the fat on them at the loins. He will also remove the fatty lobe of the liver with the kidneys. Then the priest will burn the food on the altar as a fire offering for the pleasing aroma. All fat belongs to the Lord. This is a permanent statute throughout your generations. Wherever you live, you must not eat any fat or any blood. Chapter 4. Then the Lord spoke to Moses. Tell the Israelites, when someone sins unintentionally against the Lord's command and does anything prohibited by them, if the anointed priest sins, bringing guilt on your people, he is to present the Lord a young unblemished bull as a sin offering for the sin he has committed. He is to bring the bull to the entrance of the tent of meeting before the Lord, lay his hand on the bull's head, and slaughter it before the Lord. The anointed priest will then take some of the bull's blood and bring it to the tent of meeting. The priest is to dip his fingers in the blood and sprinkle some of it 7 times before the Lord in front of the curtain of the sanctuary. The priest is to apply some of the blood to the horns of the altar of fragrant incense that is before the Lord in the tent of meeting. He must pour out the rest of the bull's blood at the base of the altar of burnt offering that is the entrance to the tent of meeting. He is to remove all the fat from the bull of the sin offering, the fat surrounding the entrails, all the fat that is on the entrails, and the 2 kidneys with the fat on them on the loins. He will also remove the fatty lobe of the liver with the kidneys, just as the fat is removed from the ox of the fellowship sacrifice. The priest is to burn them on the altar of burnt offering, but the hide of the bull and its flesh, with its head and legs and its entrails and waist, all of the rest of the bull, he must bring to a ceremonially clean place outside the camp to the ash head, and must burn it on a wood fire. It is to be burned at the ash heap. Now, if the whole community of Israel errs, and the matter escapes the notice as the assembly, so that they violate any of the Lord's commands and incur guilt by doing what is prohibited, then the assembly must present a young bull as a sin offering. They are to bring it before the tent of meeting, where the sin they have committed in regard to the command becomes known. The elders of the community are to lay their hands on the bull's head for the Lord, and it is to be slaughtered before the Lord. The anointed priest will bring some of the bull's blood into the tent of meeting. The priest is to dip his finger in the blood, sprinkle it 7 times before the Lord in front of the curtain. He is to apply some of the blood in the horns of the altar that is before the Lord in the tent of the meeting. He will pour out the rest of the blood at the base of the altar of burnt offering that is the entrance of the tent of meeting. He is to remove all the fat from it and burn it on the altar. He is to offer this bull just as he did with the bull in the sin offering. He will offer it in the same way. So the priest will make atonement on their behalf, and they will be forgiven. Then he will bring the bull outside the camp and burn it just as he burned the first bull. It is the sin offering for the assembly. When a leader sins and unintentionally violates any of the commands of the Lord his God by doing what is prohibited and incurs guilt, or someone informs him about the sin he has committed, he is to bring an unblemished male goat as his offering. He is to lay his hand on the head of the goat and slaughter at the place where the burnt offering is slaughtered before the Lord. It is a sin offering. Then the priest is to take some of the blood from the sin offered with his finger and apply it to the horns of the altar of burnt offering. The rest of the blood he is to pour out at the base of the altar of burnt offerings. He must burn all of its fat on the altar, like the fat of the fellowship sacrifice. In this way, the priest will make atonement on his behalf for the person's sin, and he will be forgiven. Now, if any of the common people sins unintentionally by violating one of the Lord's commands, does what is prohibited, and incurs guilt, or if someone informs him about the guilt he has committed, then he is to bring an unblemished female goat as his offering for the sin that he has committed. He is to lay his hand on the head of the sin offering and slaughter it at the place of the burnt offering. Then the priest is to take some of the blood with his finger and apply it to the horns of the altar of burnt offering. He is to pour out the rest of the blood on the base of the altar, and he is to remove its fat, just as the fat is removed from the fellowship sacrifice. The priest is to burn it on the altar as a pleasing aroma to the Lord. In this way, the priest will make atonement on his behalf, and he will be forgiven. Or if the offering that brings as a sin offering is a lamb, he is to bring an unblemished female. He is to lay his hand on the hand of the sin offering and slaughter it as a sin offering at the place where the burnt offering is slaughtered. Then the priest is to take some of the blood of the sin offering with his finger and apply it to the horns of the altar of burnt offering. He is to pour out the rest of the blood at the base of the altar, and he is to remove all of its fat, just as the fat of the lamb is removed from the fellowship sacrifice. The priest will burn it on the altar, along with the fire offerings to the Lord. In this way, the priest will make atonement on his behalf of the sin he has committed, and he will be forgiven. When someone sins in any of these ways, if he has seen, heard, or known about something he has witnessed, and he did not respond in a public call to testify, he will bear his iniquity. Or if someone touches something unclean, a carcass of an unclean wild animal, or unclean livestock, or an unclean swarming creature, without being aware of it, he is unclean and incurs guilt. If he touches human uncleanliness, any uncleanliness which one can become defiled, without being aware of it, but later recognizes it, he incurs guilt. Or if someone swears rashly to do what is good or evil concerning anything, a person may speak rashly in an oath without being aware of it, but later realizes it, he incurs guilt in such an instance. If someone incurs guilt in one of these cases, he is to confess he has committed the sin. He must bring his penalty for guilt for the sin he has committed to the Lord, a female lamb or a goat from the flocks as a sin offering. In this way, the priest will make atonement on his behalf for his sin. But if he cannot afford an animal in the flock, then he may bring to the Lord 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons as penalty for guilt for his sin, one as a sin offering and the other as a burnt offering. He is to bring them to the priest, who will first present the one for his sin offering. He is to twist the head at the back of the neck without severing it. He will then sprinkle some of the blood of the sin offering on the side of the altar, while the rest of the blood is to be drained out at the base of the altar. It is a sin offering. He will prepare the second bird as a burnt offering according to the regulation. In this way, the priest will make atonement on his behalf for the sin he has committed, and he will be forgiven. But if he cannot afford 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, he may bring 2 quarts of fine flour as an offering for a sin. He will not put olive oil or frankincense on it for a sin offering. He is to bring it to the priest, who will take a handful of it as its memorial portion and burn it on the altar along with the fire offerings to the Lord. It is a sin offering. In this way, the priest will make atonement on his behalf concerning the sin he has committed, and in any of these cases he will be forgiven. The rest will belong to the priest, just like the grain offering. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, if someone offends by sinning unintentionally in regard to any of the Lord's holy things, he must bring his penalty for guilt to the Lord, an unblemished ram from the flock, based on your assessment of its value in silver shekels according to the sanctuary shekel as a guilt offering. He is to make restitution for a sin regarding any holy thing, adding 1/5 of its value to it and give it to the priest. Then the priest will make atonement on his behalf with the ram of the guilt offering, and he will be forgiven. If someone sins without knowing it violates any of the Lord's commands concerning anything prohibited, he is guilty, and he will bear his iniquity. He must bring an unblemished ram from the flock according to your assessment of its value as a guilt offering to the priest. Then the priest will make atonement on his behalf for the error he has committed unintentionally, and he will be forgiven. It is a guilt offering. He is indeed guilty before the Lord. The Lord spoke to Moses, when someone sins and offends the Lord by deceiving his neighbor in regard to a deposit, a security, or a robbery, he defrauds his neighbor, or finds something lost and lies about it, or swears falsely by any of the sinful things a person may do. Once he has sinned and acknowledged his guilt, he must return what he stole or defrauded to the deposit entrusted to him, or the lost item he found, or anything else about which he swore falsely. He will make full restitution for it and add 1/5 of his value to it. He must pay it to the owner of the day he acknowledges his guilt. Then he is to bring his guilt offering to the Lord, an unblemished ram from the flock, according to your assessment of its value, as a guilt offering to the priest. In this way, the priest will make atonement on his behalf before the Lord, and he will be forgiven for anything he may have done to incur guilt. The Lord spoke to Moses, command Aaron and his sons, this is the law of the burnt offering. The burnt offering itself must remain on the altar's hearth all night until morning, while the fire of the altar is kept burning on it. The priest is to put on his linen robe and linen undergarments. He is to remove the ash of the burnt offering the fire has consumed on the altar and place them beside the altar. Then he will take off his garments, put on his other clothes, and bring the ashes outside the camp to a ceremonially clean place. The fire on the altar is to be kept burning and must not go out. Every morning the priest will burn fire on the wood on the fire, and he is to arrange the burnt offering of the fire and burn the fat portions from fellowship offerings on it. Fire must be kept burning on the altar continually, it must not go out. This is the law of the grain offering. Aaron's sons will present it before the Lord in front of the altar. The priest is to remove a handful of fine flour and the olive oil from the grain offering with all the frankincense that is on the offering, and burn its memorial portion at the altar as a pleasing aroma to the Lord. Aaron and his sons may eat the rest of it. It is to be eaten in the form of unleavened bread in a holy place. They are to eat it in the courtyard of the tent of meeting. It must not be baked with yeast. I have assigned it as their portion for my fire offerings. It is especially holy, like the sin offering and the guilt offering. Any male among Aaron's descendants may eat from it. It is a permanent portion throughout your generations from the fire offerings to the Lord. Anything that touches the offering will become holy. The Lord spoke to Moses, "This is the offering that Aaron and his sons are to present to the Lord on the day that he is anointed. 2 quarts of the fine flour as a regular grain offering, half of it in the morning, the other half in the evening. It is to be prepared with oil on a griddle, and you are to bring it well kneaded. You are to present it as a grain offering of baked pieces, a pleasing aroma to the Lord. The priest, who is one of Aaron's sons, will be anointed to take his place and to prepare it. It must be completely burned as a permanent portion for the Lord. Every grain offering for a priest will be a whole burnt offering. It is not to be eaten." The Lord spoke to Moses, "Tell Aaron and his sons, this is the law of the sin offering. The sin offering is most holy and must be slaughtered among the Lord at the place where burnt offering is slaughtered. The priest who offered it as a sin offering will eat it. It is to be eaten in a holy place in the courtyard of the tent of meeting. Anything that touches its flesh will become holy, and if any of the blood splatters on a garment, then you must wash the garment in a holy place. A clay pot in which the sin offering is boiled is to be broken, and if it is boiled in a bronze vessel, it is to be scoured and rinsed with water. Any male among the priests may eat it if it is especially holy. But no sin offering may be eaten if the blood has been brought into the tent of meeting to make atonement in the holy place. It must be burned. Now this is the law of the guilt offering. It is especially holy. The guilt offering is to be slaughtered at the place where the burnt offering is slaughtered, and the priest is to splatter its blood on the sides of the altar. The offerer is to present all of the fat from it, the fat tail, the fat surrounding the entrails, and the 2 kidneys with the fat on them at the loins. He will also remove the fatty lobe of the liver with the kidneys. The priest will burn them on the altar as a fire offering to the Lord, and as a guilt offering. Any male among the priests may eat it and may be eaten in a holy place. It is especially holy. The guilt offering is like the sin offering. The law is the same for both. It belongs to a priest who makes atonement with it. As for the priest who makes someone's burnt offering, the height of the burnt offering he must be presented belongs to him. It is the priest's. Any grain offering that is baked in an oven or prepared in a pan or in the griddle belongs to the priest who presents it. It is his. But any grain offering, whether dry or mixed with oil, belongs equally to all of Aaron's sons. Now this is the law of the fellowship sacrifice that someone may present to the Lord. If he presents it for Thanksgiving, in addition to the Thanksgiving sacrifice, he is presented unleavened cake mixed with olive oil, unleavened wafers coated with oil, and well-kneaded cakes of fine flour mixed with oil. He is to present as his offering cakes of unleavened bread with his Thanksgiving sacrifice of fellowship. From the cakes he is to present 1 portion of each offering as a contribution to the Lord. He will belong to the priest who splatters the blood of the fellowship offering. It is his. The meat of his Thanksgiving sacrifice of fellowship must be eaten on the day he offers it. He may not leave any of it until morning. If the sacrifice he offers is a vow or a free will offering, it is to be eaten on the day that he presents his sacrifice. What is left over may be eaten on the next day, but what remains of the sacrificial Meat by the third day must be burned. If any of the meat of the fellowship sacrifice is eaten on the third day, it will not be accepted. It will not be credited to the one who presents it. It is repulsive. The person who eats any of it will bear his iniquity. Meat that touches anything unclean must not be eaten. It is to be burned. Everyone who is clean may eat any other meat, but the one who eats meat from the Lord's fellowship sacrifice while he is unclean, that person must be cut off from his people. If someone touches anything unclean, whether human uncleanliness, an unclean animal, or an unclean abhorrent creature, and eats meat from the Lord's fellowship sacrifice, that person is to be cut off from his people. The Lord spoke to Moses, "Tell the Israelites, you are not to eat any fat of an ox, a sheep, or a goat. A fat of an animal that dies naturally or is mauled by wild beasts may be used for any other purpose, but you must not eat it. If anyone eats animal fat from a fire offering presented to the Lord, the person who eats it is to be cut off from his people. Wherever you live, you must not eat the blood of any bird or animal. Whoever eats it or drinks the blood will be cut off from the people." The Lord spoke to Moses, "Tell the Israelites, the one who presents a fellowship sacrifice to the Lord is to present an offering to the Lord from his sacrifice. His own hands will bring the fire offerings to the Lord. He is to bring the fat together with the breast. The breast is to be presented as a presentation offering before the Lord. The priest is to burn the fat on the altar, but the breast belongs to Aaron and his sons. You are to give the right thigh to the priest as a contribution from your fellowship sacrifices. The son of Aaron who presents the blood of the fellowship offering and the fat will have the right thigh as a portion. I have taken from the Israelites the breast of the presentation offering and the thigh of the contribution from their fellowship sacrifices, and have assigned them to the priest Aaron and to his sons as a permanent portion from the Israelites. This is the portion from the fire offerings to the Lord for Aaron and his sons since the day they were presented to the Lord as priests. The Lord commanded this to be given to them by the Israelites on the day he anointed them. It is a permanent portion throughout their generations. This is the law for the burnt offering, the grain offering, the sin offering, the guilt offering, the ordination offering, and the fellowship sacrifice, which the Lord commanded Moses on Mount Sinai the day he commanded the Israelites to present their offerings to the Lord in the wilderness of Sinai. The Lord spoke to Moses, "Take Aaron, his sons with him, the garments, the anointing oil, the bull of the sin offering, the 2 rams, and the basket of unleavened bread, and assemble the whole community at the entrance of the tent of meeting." So Moses did as the Lord commanded, and the community assembled at the entrance of the tent of meeting. Moses said to them, "This is what the Lord has commanded to be done." Then Moses presented Aaron and his sons and washed them with water. He put the tunic on Aaron, wrapped the sash around him, clothed him with the robe, and put the ephod on him. He wore the woven band of the ephod around him and fastened it to him. Then he put the breastpiece on him and placed the Urim and Thummim into the breastpiece. He also put the turban on his head and placed the gold medallion, the holy diadem, on the front of the turban as the Lord had commanded Moses. Then Moses took the anointing oil and anointed the tabernacle and everything in it to consecrate them. He sprinkled some of the oil on the altar 7 times, anointing the altar with all of its utensils and the basins with its stand to consecrate them. He poured some of the anointing oil on Aaron's head and anointed and consecrated him. Then Moses presented Aaron's sons, clothed them with the tunics, wrapped the sashes around them, and fastened headpieces on them as the Lord had commanded Moses. Then he brought the bull near for the sin offering, and Aaron and the sons laid their hands on the head of the bull for the sin offering. Then Moses slaughtered it, took the blood, and applied it with his finger to the horns of the altar on all sides, purifying the altar. He poured the blood at the base of the altar and consecrated it so that the atonement can be made on it. Moses took all the fat that was in the entrails, the fatty lobe of the liver, and the 2 kidneys with their fat, and he burned them on the altar. He burned the bull with its hide, flesh, and waste outside the camp as the Lord had commanded Moses. Then he presented the ram for the burnt offering, and Aaron and his sons laid their hands on the head of the ram. Moses slaughtered it and splattered its blood on the altar. Moses cut the ram into pieces, burnt the head, the pieces, and the fat, but he washed the entrails with legs and water. He then burned the entire ram on the altar. It was a burnt offering for a pleasing aroma, a fire offering to the Lord as he had commanded Moses. Next, he presented the second ram, the ram of ordination, and Aaron and his sons laid their hands on the head of the ram. Moses slaughtered it, took some of its blood, and put it on Aaron's right earlobe, on the thumb and the right hand, and the big toe of his right foot. Moses also presented Aaron's sons and put some of the blood on their right earlobes, on the thumbs of the right hands, and the big toes of their right feet. Then Moses splattered the blood on all sides of the altar. He took the fat, entail, all the fat was on the entrails, the fatty lobe of the liver, the 2 kidneys with their fat, as well as the right thigh. From the basket of unleavened bread that was before the Lord, he took 1 cake of unleavened bread, 1 cake of bread made with oil, and 1 wafer, and placed them on the fat portions of the right thigh. He put all of these in the hands of Aaron on his sons and presented them before the Lord as a presentation offering. And then Moses took them from their hands and burned them at the altar with the burnt offering. This was an ordination offering for a pleasing aroma, a fire offering to the Lord. He also took the breast and presented it before the Lord as a presentation offering. It was Moses' portion of the ordination ram as the Lord had commanded him. Then Moses took some of the anointing oil and some of the blood that was on the altar and sprinkled them on Aaron and his garments, as well as his sons and their garments. In this way he consecrated Aaron and the garments, as well as his son and their garments. Moses said to Aaron and his sons, "Boil the meat at the entrance of the tent of meeting, and eat it there with the bread that is in the basket for the ordination offering I commanded. Aaron and his sons are to eat it. Burn up what remains of the meat and the bread. Do not go outside the entrance of the tent of meeting for 7 days until the time your days of ordination are completed, because it will take 7 days to ordain you. The Lord commanded what you have done today in order to make atonement for you. You must remain at the entrance of the tent of meeting day and night for 7 days and keep the Lord's charge so that you will not die, for this is what I have commanded you." So Aaron and his sons did everything the Lord had commanded through Moses. On the 8th day, Moses summoned Aaron, his sons, and the elders of Israel. He said to Aaron, "Take a young bull for the sin offering and a ram for a burnt offering, both without blemish, and present them to the Lord. And tell the Israelites, take a male goat for a sin offering, a calf and a lamb, male yearlings without blemish for a burnt offering, an ox and a ram for a fellowship offering, to sacrifice before the Lord, and a grain offering mixed with oil. For today the Lord is going to appear to you." They brought what Moses had commanded to the front of the tent of meeting, and the whole community came forward and stood before the Lord. Moses said, "This is what the Lord has commanded you to do, that the glory of the Lord may appear to you." Then Moses said to Aaron, "Approach the altar and sacrifice your sin offering and your burnt offering. Make atonement for yourself and for the people. Sacrifice the people's offerings and make atonement for them as the Lord has commanded." So Aaron approached the altar, slaughtered the calf as a sin offering for himself. Aaron's sons brought the blood to him, and he dipped his finger in the blood and applied it to the horns of the altar. He poured out the blood at the base of the altar. He burned the fat, the kidneys, and the fatty lobe of the liver from the sin offering on the altar, and the Lord had commanded Moses. He burned the flesh and the hide outside the camp. Then he slaughtered the burnt offering. Aaron's sons brought him the blood, and they splattered it on all sides of the altar. They brought him the burnt offering piece by piece along with the head, and he burned them on the altar. He washed the entrails and the legs and burned them with the burnt offering on the altar. Aaron presented the people's offering. He took the male goat for the people's sin offering, slaughtered it, and made a sin offering with it as he did before. He presented the burnt offering and sacrificed it according to the regulation. Next, he presented the grain offering, took a handful of it, and burned it on the altar in addition to the morning burnt offering. Finally, he slaughtered the ox and the ram as people's fellowship sacrifice. Aaron's sons brought him the blood, and he splattered it on all sides of the altar. Then they brought the fat portions from the ox and the ram, the fat tail, the fat surrounding the entrails, the kidneys, and the fatty lobe of the liver, and placed those on the breast. Aaron burned the fat portions at the altar, and he presented the breast and the right thigh as a presentation offering before the Lord, as Moses had commanded. Aaron lifted up his hands toward the people and blessed them. He came down after sacrificing the sin offering, the burnt offering, and the fellowship offering. Moses and Aaron then entered the tent of meeting. When they came out, they blessed the people, and the glory of the Lord appeared to all the people. Fire came from the Lord and consumed the burnt offering and the fat portions on the altar. And when all the people saw it, they shouted and fell face down. Aaron's sons, Nadab and Behu each took his own fire pan, put fire in it, placed incense on it, and presented unauthorized fire before the Lord, which he had not commanded them to do. Then fire came from the Lord and consumed them, and they died before the Lord. Moses said to Aaron, "This is what the Lord has spoken. I will demonstrate my holiness to those who are near me, and I will reveal my glory for all the people." And Aaron remained silent. Moses summoned Mishael and Elzaphan, sons of Aaron's uncle Uzziel, and said to them, "Come here and carry your relatives away from the front of the sanctuary as a place outside the camp." So they came forward and they carried them in their tunics outside the camp as Moses had said. Then Moses said to Aaron and his sons Eleazar and Ithamar, "Do not let your hair hang loose, and do not tear your clothes, or else you will die, and the Lord will become angry with the whole community. However, your brothers, the whole house of Israel, may weep over the conflagration the Lord ignited. You must not go outside the entrance to the tent of the meeting, or you will die, for the Lord's anointing oil is on you." So they did as Moses said. The Lord spoke to Aaron, "You and your sons are not to drink wine or beer when you enter the tent of meeting, or else you will die. This is a permanent statute throughout your generations. You must distinguish between the holy and the common, and the clean and the unclean, and teach the Israelites all of the statutes that the Lord has given them through Moses." Moses spoke to Aaron and his remaining sons, Eleazar and Ithamar, "Take the grain offerings that is left from the fire offerings to the Lord, and eat it, prepared without yeast, beside the altar, because it is especially holy. You must eat it in a holy place, because it is your portion and your sons from the fire offerings to the Lord. For this is what I have commanded you. But you and your sons and your daughters may eat the breast of the presentation offering and the thigh of the contribution in any ceremonially clean place, because these portions have been assigned to you and your children from the Israelite fellowship sacrifices. They are to bring the thigh of the contribution and the breast of the presentation offering, together with the offerings of the fat portions made by the fire, presented as a presentation offering before the Lord. It will belong permanently to you and your children, as the Lord commanded." Then Moses inquired carefully about the male goat of the sin offering, but it had already been burned up. He was angry with Eleazar and Ithamar, Aaron's surviving sons, and asked, "Why didn't you eat the sin offering in the sanctuary area? It is especially holy, and he has assigned it to you to take away the guilt of the community and make atonement for them before the Lord. Since his blood was not brought inside the sanctuary, you should have eaten it in the sanctuary area as I commanded." But Aaron replied to Moses, "See, today they presented their sin offering and the burnt offering before the Lord. Since these things have happened to me, if I had eaten the sin offering today, would it have been acceptable in the Lord's eyes?" When Moses heard this, it was acceptable to him. The Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, "Tell the Israelites, you may eat all of these kinds of land animals. You may eat any animal with divided hoofs that chew the cud, but among the ones that chew the cud or have divided hoofs, you are not to eat these. Camels, though they chew the cud, they do not have divided hoofs, they are unclean for you. Hyraxes, though they chew the cud, do not have hooves, they are unclean for you. Hares, though they chew the cud, they do not have hoofs. They are unclean for you. Pigs, though they have divided hooves. Why is that such a hard word? It's a hoof. Anyway, they do not chew the cud, and they are unclean for you. Do not eat any of their meat or touch their carcasses, they are unclean for you. This is what you may eat from all that is in the water. You may eat everything in the water that has fins and scales, whether in the seas or streams, but these are to be abhorrent to you. Everything in the sea or stream that does not have fins and scales, among the swarming things and other living creatures in the waters, they are to remain abhorrent to you. You must not eat of their meat, and you must abhor their carcasses. Everything in the water that does not have fins or scales will be abhorrent to you. You are to abhor these birds. They must not be eaten because they are abhorrent. And all these words are just not making sense right now. Eagles, bearded vultures, Egyptian vultures, kites, any kind of falcon, every kind of raven, ostriches, short-eared owls, gulls, any kind of hawk, little owls, cormorants, long-eared owls, barn owls, eagle owls, ospreys, storks, any kind of heron, hoopoes, and bats. All winged insects that walk on all fours are to be abhorrent to you, but you may eat these kinds of all the winged insects that walk on their fours. Those that have jointed legs above their feet for hopping on the ground, you may eat these. Any kind of locust, katydid, cricket, and grasshopper. All other winged insects that have 4 feet are to be abhorrent to you. These will make you unclean. Whoever touches their carcasses will be unclean until evening, and whoever carries any of their carcasses is to wash their clothes and will be unclean until evening. All animals that have hoofs but do not have a divided hoof and do not chew the cud are unclean for you. Whoever touches them becomes unclean. All of the 4-footed animals that walk on their paws are unclean for you. Whoever touches their carcasses will be unclean until evening, and anyone who carries their carcass is to wash his clothes, and he will be unclean until evening. These are unclean for you. These creatures that swarm on the ground are unclean for you. Weasels, mice, any kind of large lizards, geckos, monitor lizards, common lizards, skinks, and chameleons. These are unclean for you among all the swarming creatures. Whoever touches them when they are dead will be unclean until evening. When any one of them dies and falls off anything, it becomes unclean. Any item of wood, clothing, leather, sackcloth, or any other implement used for work. It is to be rinsed with water and will remain unclean until evening. Then it will be clean. If any of them falls into a clay pot, everything in it will become unclean. You are to break it. Any edible food coming into contact with the unclean water will become unclean, and any drinkable liquid in any container will become unclean. Anything one of their carcasses falls on will become unclean. If it is an oven or stove, it is to be smashed. If it is unclean, it will remain unclean for you. A spring or a cistern containing water will remain clean, but someone who touches the carcass in it will become unclean. If one of their carcasses falls on any seed that is to be sown, it is clean. But if water has been put on the seed and one of the carcasses falls on it, it is unclean for you. If one of the animals that you use for food dies, anyone who touches its carcass will be unclean until evening. Anyone who eats some of its carcass is to wash his clothes and will be unclean until evening. Anyone who carries its carcass must wash his clothes and will be unclean until evening. All of the creatures that swarm on the earth are abhorrent. They must not be eaten. Do not eat any of the creatures that swarm on this earth. Anything that moves on its belly or walks on all fours or on many feet, for they are abhorrent. Do not become contaminated by any creature that swarms. Do not become unclean or defiled by them, for I am the Lord your God. So you must consecrate yourself and be holy, because I am holy. Do not defile yourself by any swarming creature that crawls on the ground, for I am the Lord who brought you up from the land of Egypt to be your God. So you must be holy, because I am holy. This is the law concerning animals, birds, and all living creatures that move in the water, and all creatures that swarm on the ground, in order to distinguish between the unclean and the clean, between the animals that may be eaten and those that may not be eaten. The Lord spoke to Moses, "Tell the Israelites, when a woman becomes pregnant and gives birth to a male child, she will be unclean for 7 days, as she is during the days of her menstrual impurity. The flesh of the foreskin must be circumcised on the 8th day. She will continue in purification from her bleeding for 33 days. She must not touch any holy items or go into the sanctuary until completing her days of purification. But if she gives birth to a female child, she will be unclean for 2 weeks, as she is during her menstrual impurity. She will continue in purification from her bleeding for 66 days. When her days of purification are complete, whether for a son or daughter, she is to bring to the priest at the entrance of the tent of meeting a 1-year-old lamb for a burnt offering and a young pigeon or turtle dove for the sin offering. He will present them before the Lord and make atonement on her behalf. She will be clean from her discharge of blood. This is the law for a woman giving birth, whether to a male or female. But if she doesn't have sufficient means for a sheep, she may take 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons for a burnt offering and the other for a sin offering. Then the priest will make atonement on her behalf, and she will be clean. The Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron. When a person has a swelling, scab, or a spot on the skin of the body, and it may be a serious disease on the skin of his body, he is to be brought to the priest, Aaron, or to one of his sons, the priest. The priest will examine the sore on the skin of his body. If the hair of the sore has turned white, and the sore appears to be deeper than the skin of his body, it is in fact a serious skin disease. If the priest examines him, he must pronounce him unclean. But if the spot on the skin of the body is white and does not appear to be deeper than the skin, and the hair in it has not turned white, the priest will quarantine the stricken person for 7 days. The priest will then re-examine him on the 7th day, and if he sees that the sore remains unchanged and he is not spread on the skin, the priest will quarantine him for another 7 days. The priest will examine him again on the 7th day, and if the sore has faded and has not spread to the skin, the priest will pronounce him clean. It is a scab. The person is to wash his clothes, and he will become clean. But if the scab spreads further on the skin after he's presented himself to the priest for his cleaning, it is to present himself again to the priest. The priest will examine him, and if the scab has spread on the skin, the priest will pronounce him unclean, for he has a serious skin disease. When a case of serious skin disease may have developed on a person, he must be brought to the priest. The priest will examine him. If there is white swelling on the skin that has turned the hair white, there is a patch of raw flesh in the swelling. It is a chronic serious disease on the skin of the person, and the priest must pronounce him unclean. He need not quarantine him, for he is unclean. But if the skin disease breaks out all over the skin, so that it covers all of the skin of the stricken person, from his head to his feet, so far as the priest can see, the priest will look, and if the skin disease has covered his entire body, he is to pronounce the stricken person clean. Since he has turned totally white, he is clean. But whenever raw flesh appears on him, he will be unclean. When the priest examines the raw flesh, he must pronounce him unclean. Raw flesh is unclean. This is a serious skin disease. But if the raw flesh changes and turns white, he is to go to the priest. The priest will examine him, and if the sore has turned white, the priest must pronounce the stricken person clean. He is clean. When a boil appears on the skin of someone's body and it heals, and the white swelling of a reddish-white spot develops on the boil, the person is to present himself to the priest. The priest will make an examination, and if the spot seems to be beneath the skin and the hair has turned white, the priest must pronounce him unclean, as it is a case of serious skin disease that is broken out in the boil. But when the priest examines it, if there is no white hair in it and it is not beneath the skin but is faded, the priest will quarantine him for 7 days. If it spreads further on the skin, the priest must pronounce him unclean. It is in fact a disease, but if the spot remains where it was and is not spread, it is only the scar from the boil. The priest is to pronounce him clean. When there is a burn on the skin of one's body produced by fire, and the patch made raw by the burn becomes reddish white or white, the priest is to examine it. If the hair in the spot turns white, and the spot appears to be deeper than the skin, it is a serious skin disease that is broken out in the burn. The priest must pronounce him unclean, as it is a serious skin disease. But when the priest examines, if there is no white hair in the spot and it is not beneath the skin but is faded, the priest will quarantine him for 7 days. The priest will re-examine him on the 7th day, and if it has spread further on the skin, the priest must pronounce him unclean. It is in fact a serious case of skin disease. But if the spot has remained where it was and has not spread to the skin but is faded, it is swelling from the burn. The priest is to pronounce him clean, for it is only the scar from the burn. When a man or a woman has a condition on the head or chin, the priest is to examine the condition. If it appears to be deeper than the skin, and the hair in it is yellow and sparse, the priest must pronounce the person unclean. If it is a scaly outbreak, hey there. Okay. If it is a scaly outbreak, a serious skin disease of the head or the chin. When the priest examines the scaly condition, if it does not appear to be deeper than the skin and there is no black hair in it, the priest will quarantine the person with the scaly condition for 7 days. The priest will re-examine the condition on the 7th day, and if the scaly outbreak has not spread and there is no yellow hair in it and it does not appear to be deeper than the skin, the person is to shave himself, but not shave the scaly area. Then the priest will quarantine the person who has the scaly outbreak for another 7 days. The priest will examine the scaly outbreak on the 7th day, and if it has not spread on the skin and does not appear to be deeper than the skin, the priest is to pronounce the person clean. He is to wash his clothes and he will be clean. But if the scaly outbreak spreads further on the skin after his cleansing, the priest will examine the person. If the scaly outbreak has spread to the skin, the priest does not need to look for yellow hair. The person is unclean. But if as far as he can see the scaly outbreak remains unchanged and the black hair has grown in it, then it is healed, he is clean. The priest is to pronounce the person clean. When a woman or a man has white spots on the skin of the body, the priest is to make an examination. If the spots of the skin of the body are dull white, it is only a rash that is broken out on the skin, the person is clean. If a man loses the hair of his head, he is bald, he is clean. Or if he loses the hair at his hairline, he is bald on his forehead, but he is clean. But if there is a reddish-white condition on the bald head or forehead, it is a serious skin disease breaking out on his head or forehead. The priest is to examine him, and if the swelling of the condition on his bald head or forehead is reddish-white, like the appearance of a serious skin disease on the body, the man is afflicted with a serious skin disease. He is unclean. The priest must pronounce him unclean. The infection is on his head. The person who has a case of serious skin disease is to have his clothes torn and his hair hanging loose. And he must cover his mouth and cry out, "Unclean, unclean," and he will remain unclean as long as he has the disease, for he is unclean. He must live alone in a place outside the camp. It's pretty sad. If a fabric is contaminated with mildew in wool or linen fabric, and the warp or weft of a linen or wool, and leather or anything made of leather, and if the contamination is green or red in the fabric, the leather, the warp, the weft, or any other leather article, it is mildew contamination and should be shown to the priest. The priest is to examine the contamination and quarantine the contaminated fabric for 7 days. The priest is to re-examine the contamination on the 7th day, and if it has spread to the fabric, the warp, the weft, or the leather, regardless of how it is used, the contamination is harmful mildew and it is unclean. He is to burn the fabric, the warp, or weft in wool and linen, or the leather article which is contaminated. Since it is harmful mildew, it must be burned. When the priest examines it, it is contamination has not spread to the fabric, the warp, the weft, or any other leather article. The priest is to order whatever is contaminated to be washed and quarantined for another 7 days. After it has been washed, the priest is to re-examine the contamination, and if the appearance of the contamination article has not changed, it is unclean. Even though the contamination has not spread, you must burn the fabric. It is a fungus on the back or front of the fabric. The priest examines it and the contamination has faded after it has been washed. He is to cut the contaminated section out of the fabric, the leather, or the warp or weft. But if it reappears in the fabric, the warp, the weft, or any other leather article, it is broken out again, and you must burn whatever is contaminated. But if the contamination disappears from the fabric, the warp or weft, or any other leather article which has been washed, it is to be washed again, and it will be clean. This is the law concerning a mildew contamination in wool or linen fabric, warp or weft, or any other leather article, in order to pronounce it clean or unclean. The Lord spoke to Moses. This is the law concerning the person afflicted with a skin disease on the day of its cleansing. He is to be brought to the priest, who will go outside the camp and examine him. If the skin disease has disappeared from the afflicted person, the priest will order that 2 live clean birds, cedar wood, scarlet yarn, and hyssop to be brought to the one who is cleansed. Then the priest will order that one of the birds be slaughtered over fresh water in a clay pot. He is to take the live bird together with the cedar wood, scarlet yarn, and hyssop and dip them into the blood of the bird that was sprinkled over the fresh water. He will then sprinkle the blood 7 times on the one who is to be cleansed from the skin disease. He is to pronounce him clean and release the live bird over the open countryside. The one who is to be cleansed from must wash his clothes, shave off all his hair, and bathe with water. He is clean. Afterward, he may enter the camp, but he is to remain outside his tent for 7 days. He is to shave off all of his hair again on the 7th day, his hair, his head, his beard, his eyebrows, and the rest of his hair. He is to wash his clothes and bathe himself with water. He is clean. On the 8th day, he is to take 2 unblemished male lambs, an unblemished year-old ewe lamb, a grain offering of 6 quarts of fine flour mixed with olive oil, and 1/3 of a quart of olive oil. The priest who performs the cleansing will place the person who is to be cleansed together with these offerings before the Lord at the entrance of the tent of meeting. The priest is to take one male lamb and present it as an offering, guilt offering, along with the 1/3 quart of olive oil. He will present them as a presentation offering before the Lord. He is to slaughter the male lamb at the place in the sanctuary area where the sin offering and burnt offerings are slaughtered. For like the sin offering, the guilt offering belongs to the priest. It is especially holy. The priest is to take some of the blood from the guilt offering and put it on the lobe of the right ear of the one to be cleansed, and on the thumb of his right hand and the big toe of his right foot. Then the priest will take some of the 1/3 quart of olive oil and pour it on his left palm. The priest will dip his right finger into the oil in his left palm and sprinkle some of the oil with his finger 7 times before the Lord. From the oil remaining in the palm, the priest will put some of the lobe on his right ear of the one to be cleansed, on the thumb of his right hand, and on the big toe of his right foot, on top of the blood of the guilt offering. What is left of the oil is the priest's palm. He is to put on the head of one to be cleansed. In this way, the priest will make atonement for him before the Lord. The priest is to sacrifice the sin offering and make atonement for the one who has cleansed him from uncleanliness. Afterward, he will slaughter the burnt offering. The priest is to offer the burnt offering and make the grain offering on the altar. The priest will make atonement for him, and he will be clean. But if he is poor and cannot afford these, he is to take one male lamb for a guilt offering to be presented in order to make atonement for him, along with 2 quarts of fine flour mixed with olive oil for a grain offering, 1/3 of a quart of olive oil, and 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, whatever he can afford, one to be a sin offering and the other as a burnt offering. On the 8th day he is to present these things for a cleansing to the priest at the entrance of the tent of meeting before the Lord. The priest will take the male lamb for a guilt offering and the 1/3 quart of olive oil and present them as a presentation offering before the Lord. As he slaughters the male lamb for the guilt offering, the priest is to take some of the blood of the guilt offering and put it on the right earlobe of the one to be cleansed, on the thumb of the right hand, and on the big toe of the right foot. Then the priest will pour some of the oil into his left palm. With his right finger, the priest will sprinkle some of the oil in his left palm 7 times before the Lord. The priest will also put some of the oil onto the palm of the right earlobe, the one to be cleansed, on the thumb of the right hand and the big toe of the right foot, on the same place as the blood of the guilt offerings. What is left of the oil in the priest's palm is to put on the head of the one to be cleansed to make atonement for him before the Lord. He is to then sacrifice one type of what he can afford, either the turtle dove or the young pigeon. One is a sin offering and the other is a burnt offering, sacrificing what he can afford together with the grain offerings. In this way, the priest will make atonement before the Lord for the one to be cleansed. This is the law for someone who has a skin disease and cannot afford the cost of his cleansing. The Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, "When you enter the land of Canaan that I am giving you as possession, and I place a mildew contamination in the house and the land you possess, the owner of the house is to come and tell the priests, something like mildew contamination has appeared in my house. The priest must order them to clear the house before he enters to examine the contamination so that none of the house becomes unclean. Afterwards, the priest will come to examine the house, and he will examine it, and if the contamination in the wall of the house consists of green or red indentations that appear to be beneath the surface of the wall, the priest is to go outside to the house to the doorway and quarantine the house for 7 days. The priest is to return on the 7th day and examine it, and if the contamination is spread to the walls of the house, the priest must order that the stones with the contamination must be pulled out or thrown into an unclean place outside of the city. He is to have the inside of the house completely scraped and have the plaster that is scraped off dumped into the unclean place outside of the city. They are to take different stones to replace the former ones and add additional plaster to replaster the house. If the contamination reappears in the house after the stones have been pulled out and after the house has been scraped and replastered, the priest is to come and examine it. And if the contamination is spread in the house, it is harmful mildew, and the house is unclean. It must be torn down with its stones, its beams, and all its plaster, taken out of the city to an unclean place. Whoever enters the house during any of these days the priest quarantines it will be unclean until evening. Whoever lies down in the house to wash his clothes, and whoever eats in it is to wash his clothes. But when the priest comes and examines it, if the contamination is not spread in the house after it is replastered, he is to pronounce the house clean because the contamination has disappeared. He is to take 2 birds, cedar wood, scarlet yarn, and hyssop to purify the house, and he is to slaughter one of the birds over a clay pot containing fresh water. He is to take the cedar wood, the hyssop, the scarlet yarn, and the live bird, dip them in the blood of the slaughtered bird and the fresh water, and sprinkle the house 7 times. He will purify the house with the blood of the bird, the fresh water, the live bird, the cedar wood, the hyssop, and the scarlet yarn. He is then to release the live bird into the open countryside outside the city. In this way he will make atonement for the house, and it will be clean. This is the law for any skin disease or mildew or scaly outbreak, for mildew in clothing or on a house, and for a swelling scab or a spot to determine when something is unclean or clean. This is the law regarding skin disease and mildew. Bodily discharges. The Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, "Speak to the Israelites and tell them, when any man has a discharge from his member, he is unclean. This is uncleanliness of his discharge. Whether his member secretes the discharge or retains it, he is unclean. All of the days that his member secretes or retains anything because of the discharge, he is unclean. Any bed the man with the discharge lies on will be unclean, and any furniture he sits on will be unclean. Anyone who touches his bed is to wash his clothes and bathe with water, and he is to remain unclean until evening. Whoever sits on furniture that the man with the discharge was sitting on is to wash his clothes and bathe his water, and he will remain unclean until evening. Whoever touches the body of the man with the discharge is to wash his clothes and bathe with water, and he will remain unclean until evening. If a man with discharge spits on anyone who is clean, he is to wash his clothes and bathe with water, and he will remain unclean until evening. Any saddle the man with discharge rides on will be unclean. Whoever touches anything that was under him will be unclean until evening. And whoever carries such things is to wash his clothes and bathe with water, and he will remain unclean until evening. If the man with the discharge touches anyone without first rinsing his hands in water, the person who touched is to wash his clothes and bathe with water, and he will remain unclean until evening. Any clay pot that the man with the discharge touches must be broken, while any wooden utensil is to be rinsed with water. When the man with discharge has been cured of it, he is to count 7 days for his cleansing, wash his clothes, bathe his body in fresh water, and he'll be clean. He must take 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons on the 8th day, come before the Lord at the entrance of the tent of meeting, and give them to the priest. The priest is to sacrifice them. One is a sin offering, and the other is a burnt offering. In this way, the priest will make atonement for him before the Lord because of his discharge. The things you don't think you're going to be saying at 2 a.m., on a, what is today, Thursday? Thursday morning. Yeah. Don't expect those things. Jen Hand. Oh no. Oh, Jen. I don't even know if you're awake, but I love you. Back to semen. Okay. When a man has a emission of semen, he must bathe himself completely with water, and he will remain unclean until evening. Any clothing or leather on which there is emission of semen is to be washed with water, and it will remain unclean until evening. If a man sleeps with a woman and has an emission of semen, both of them are to bathe with water, and then they will remain unclean until evening. When a woman has a discharge and it consists of blood from her body, she will be unclean because of her menstruation for 7 days. Whoever touches her will be unclean until evening. Anything she lies on during her menstruation will be unclean, and anything that she sits on will become unclean. Everyone who touches her bed is to wash his clothes and bathe with water, and he will remain unclean until evening. Everyone who touches any furniture she was sitting on is to wash his clothes and bathe with water, and he will remain unclean until evening. If discharge is on the bed or the furniture she was sitting on, when she touches it, it will be unclean until evening. If a man sleeps with her and the blood from her menstruation gets on him, he will be unclean for 7 days, and every bed he lies on will become unclean. When a woman has a discharge of her blood for many days, though it is not the time of her menstruation, or if she has a discharge beyond her period, she will be unclean all the days of her unclean discharge, as she is during the days of her menstruation. Any bed she lies on during the days of her discharge will be like her bed during menstruation impurity. Any furniture she sits on will be unclean as in her menstruational period. Everyone who touches them will be unclean. He must wash his clothes and bathe with water, and he will be unclean until evening. When she is cured of her discharge, she is to count 7 days, and after that she will be clean. On the 8th day, she must take 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons and bring them to the priest at the entrance of the tent of meeting. The priest is to sacrifice one as a sin offering and the other as a burnt offering. In this way, the priest will make atonement for her before the Lord because of her unclean discharge. You must keep the Israelites from their uncleanliness so that they do not die by defiling my tabernacle that is among them. This is the law for someone with a discharge, a man who has an emission of semen becoming unclean by it, a woman who is in her menstrual period, anyone who has discharge, whether male or female, and a man who sleeps with a woman who is unclean. The Lord spoke to Moses after the death of 2 of Aaron's sons when they approached the presence of the Lord and died. The Lord said to Moses, "Tell your brother Aaron that he may not come whenever he wants into the holy place behind the curtain in front of the mercy seat on the ark, or he will die, because I appear in the cloud above the mercy seat." Aaron is to enter the most holy place in this way, with a young bull as a sin offering and a ram for a burnt offering. He is to wear a holy linen tunic, and linen undergarments are to be on his body. He is to tie a linen sash around him and wrap his head in a linen turban. These are holy garments. He must bathe his body with water before he wears them. He is to take the Israelite community 2 male goats for a sin offering and 1 ram for a burnt offering. Aaron will present the bull for his sin offering and make atonement for himself and his household. Next, he will make 2 goats and place them before the Lord at the entrance to the tent of the meeting. After Aaron casts lots for the 2 goats, 1 lot for the Lord and the other for an habitable place, he is to present the goat chosen by lot for the Lord and sacrifice it as a sin offering. But the goat chosen by lot for an uninhabitable place is to be presented alive before the Lord to make atonement with it by sending it to the wilderness for an uninhabitable place. Oh. Okay. When Aaron presents the bull for a sin offering and makes atonement for himself and his household, he will slaughter the bull for his sin offering. When he is to take a fire pan full of blazing coals from the altar before the Lord and 2 handfuls of finely ground fragrant incense and bring them inside the curtain. He is to put the incense on the fire before the Lord so that the cloud of incense covers the mercy seat that is over the testimony, or he will die. He is to take some of the bull's blood and sprinkle it with his finger against the east side of the mercy seat, and then he will sprinkle some of the blood with his finger before the mercy seat 7 times. When he slaughters the male goat for the people's sin offering and brings his blood inside the curtain, he'll do the same with the blood as he did with the bull's blood. He is to sprinkle it against the mercy seat and in front of it. He will make atonement for the most holy place in this way for all their sins because of the Israelites' impurities and rebellious acts. He will do the same for the tent of meeting that remains among them because it is surrounded by their impurities. No one may be in the tent of meeting from the time he enters to make atonement in the most holy place until he leaves after he has made atonement for himself, his household, and the whole assembly of Israel. Then he'll go out to the altar that is before the Lord and make atonement for it. He is to take some of the bull's blood and take some of the goat's blood and put it on the horn of all sides of the altar. He is to sprinkle some of the blood with it with his finger 7 times to cleanse it and set it apart from the Israelites' impurities. When he has finished making atonement for the most holy place, the tent of meeting, and the altar, he is to present the live goat male. Aaron will lay both of his hands on the head of the live goat and confess it all over the Israelites' iniquities and rebellious acts, all of their sins. He is to put them on the goat's head and send it away into the wilderness by the man appointed for the task. The goat will carry all of their iniquities into a desolate land, and the man will release it there. Then Aaron is to enter the tent of meeting, take off the linen garments he wore when he entered the most holy place, and leave them there. He will bathe his body with water in the holy place and put on his clothes. Then he must go out and sacrifice his burnt offering and the people's burnt offerings, and he will make atonement for them and for the people. He is to burn the fat of the sin offering on the altar. The man who released the goat for an uninhabitable place is to wash his clothes and bathe his body with water. Afterwards, he may re-enter the camp. The bull for the sin offering and the goat for the sin offering, whose blood was brought into the most holy place to make atonement, must be brought outside the camp, and their hide, flesh, and waste burned. The one who burns them is to wash his clothes and bathe himself with water. Afterward, he may re-enter the camp. This is a permanent statute for you. In the 7th month, on the 10th day of the month, you are to practice self-denial and do no work, both the native and the alien who reside among you. Atonement will be made for you on this day to cleanse you, and you will be clean from all your sins before the Lord. It is a Sabbath of complete rest for you, and you must practice self-denial. It is a permanent statute. The priest who is anointed and ordained to serve as high priest in place of his father will make atonement. He will put on the linen garments, the holy garments, and make atonement for the most holy place. He will make atonement for the tent of meeting and the altar. He will make atonement for the priests and all of the people of the assembly. This is to be a permanent statute for you, to make atonement for the Israelites once a year because of all their sins. And all of this was done as the Lord commanded Moses. The Lord spoke to Moses, "Speak to Aaron, his sons, and all the Israelites, and tell them, this is what the Lord has commanded. Anyone from the house of Israel who slaughtered an ox, sheep, or goat in this camp, or slaughtered it outside of this camp, instead of bringing it to the entrance of the tent of meeting, to present it as an offering to the Lord before the tabernacle, that person will be considered guilty. He has shed blood and is to be cut off from his people. This is so the Israelites will bring to the Lord the sacrifices they have been offering in the open country. They are to bring them to the priest at the entrance of the tent of meeting and offer them as fellowship sacrifices to the Lord. The priest will then splatter the blood on the Lord's altar at the entrance to the tent of meeting and burn the fat as a pleasing aroma to the Lord. They must no longer offer their sacrifices to the goat demons that they have prostituted themselves with. This will be a permanent statute for them throughout their generations. Say to them, anyone from the house of Israel or from the aliens who reside among them who offers a burnt offering or a sacrifice, but does not bring it to the entrance of the tent of the meeting, is to sacrifice it to the Lord. That person is to be cut off from his people. Anyone from the house of Israel or from the aliens who reside among them who eats any blood, I will turn against the people who eats blood and cut him off from his people. For the life of a creature is in its blood, and I have appointed you to make atonement on the altar for your lives, since it is the lifeblood that makes atonement. Therefore I say that the Israelites, none of you, and no alien who resides among you, may eat blood." You look so rested.
Yeah.
No.
It's like, really?
No.
Hey, I can sleep for it.
Good. Any Israelite or alien residing among them who hunts down a wild animal or bird may be eaten, must drain its blood and cover it with dirt. Since the life of every creature is in its blood, I have told the Israelites, you are not to eat the blood of any creature, because the life of every creature is its blood. Whoever eats it must be cut off. Every person, whether the native or the resident alien, who eats an animal that died a natural death or was mauled by wild beasts, is to wash his clothes and bathe with water, and he will remain unclean until evening, and then he will be clean. But if he does not wash the clothes and bathe himself, he will bear his iniquities.
Oh.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Yeah. You seem like you're still doing things. I can read another chapter if you want.
Doesn't matter.
I'll read one more.
Alright.
Yeah. You're welcome. The Lord spoke to Moses, "Speak to the Israelites and tell them, I am the Lord your God. Do not follow the practices of the land of Egypt, where you used to live, or follow the practices of the land of Canaan, where I am bringing you. You must not follow their customs. You are to practice my ordinances, and you are to keep my statutes by following them. I am the Lord your God. Keep my statutes and ordinances. A person will live if he does them. I am the Lord. You are not to come near any close relative for sexual intercourse. I am the Lord. You are not to violate the intimacy that belongs to your mother and father. She is your mother. You must not have sexual intercourse with her. You are not to have sex with your father's wife. She is your father's family. And you are not to have sexual intercourse with your sister, either your father's daughter or your mother's, whether born at home or born elsewhere. You are not to have sex with her. You are not to have sexual intercourse with your son's daughter or your daughter's daughter, for they are your family. You are not to have sexual intercourse with your father's wife's daughter, who is adopted by your father. She is your sister. You are not to have sexual intercourse with your father's sister, for she is your father's close relative. You are not to have sexual intercourse with your mother's sister, for she is your mother's close relative. You are not to violate the intimacy that belongs to your father's brother by approaching his wife to have sexual intercourse. She is your aunt. You are not to have sexual intercourse with your daughter-in-law. She is your son's wife. You are not to have sex with her. You are not to have sexual intercourse with your brother's wife. She is your brother's family. And you are not to have sexual intercourse with a woman and her daughter. You are not to marry her son's daughter or daughter's daughter and have sex with her. They are close relatives. It is depraved. You are not to marry a woman as a rival to her sister and have sexual intercourse with her during her sister's lifetime. You are not to approach a woman during her menstrual impurity to have sexual intercourse with her. You are not to have sexual intercourse with your neighbor's wife, defiling yourself with her. You are not to sacrifice any of your children in the fire to Molech. Do not profane the name of your God. I am the Lord. You are not to sleep with a man as with a woman. It is detestable. You are not to have sexual intercourse with any animal, defiling yourself with it. A woman is not to present herself to an animal to mate with it. It is perversion. Do not defile yourself by any of these practices, for the nation I am driving you out before you has defiled themselves by all of these things. The land has become defiled, so I am punishing it for its iniquity, and the land will vomit out its inhabitants. But you are to keep my statutes and ordinances. You must not commit any of these detestable acts for the natives or the alien who resides among you. For the people who are in the land prior to you have committed all of these detestable acts, and the land has become defiled. If you defile the land, it will vomit you out, as it has vomited out the nations that were before you. Any person who does... Any person... Oh no! Any person who does any of these detestable practices is to be cut off from his people. You must keep my instruction to not do any of the detestable customs that were practiced before you, so that you do not defile yourselves by them. I am the Lord your God. All right.
Okay.
We had a lot of really fun topics tonight.
I bet. You were like, one more chapter.
Yeah, that was the one.
Is that the chapter you wanted?
Between that and, what was it? Body fluids. That has been a good time. Good time. Do you need anything? Do you need foods?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Yeah. Are you sure?
Did you get to the one where the priest can destroy the household if they find mildew in the
Yes, I did.
the mold in the wall?
Yeah, all the skin boils and oh yeah,
It's like, okay.
it was a good time.
Thank you so much.
welcome.
You're a blessing.
We
I poured that into a different cup so you can
Oh,
take
nice,
the
yeah.
mildew with you.
we may flip out. If Cole wakes up again later, we'll just switch out and maybe Aaron will go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hey,
But if you need anything,
wow, you're amazing. Thank you.
you're welcome.
Thank you. Hopefully Cole will sleep well.
Let's hope.
Hopefully, yeah.
Honestly, if I'm here, at least that's I'm not waking up to him. He does have a double ear infection though. But
Oh, those
I
are
do
terrible.
need to be here, so.
That's terrible.
All right.
Oh.
If you need me, just call me.
All right, I will do. Thank you. Oh, Cecilia was so nice to come in. And so we have just a few more minutes before our 4-hour mark that I have to restart Instagram. Instagram only lets us live stream 4 hours at a time. So we're almost at that 4-hour mark, and I'm a little shorter than Cecilia, so I'm gonna set this camera down just a little bit. God has blessed me with the gift of vertical I'm short, so my vocabulary selection has. Anyway, so here we are. All right, so let's get back to Leviticus 19. Thank you, Cecilia, for getting us through all the way to Leviticus 19. So, according to this, we should read through Leviticus in 2 hours, which means we have about another 45 minutes, an hour to go for the next few chapters. So if you're watching this and you think, hey, you know what? I can go over there to the office for an hour and read. Come on over. Shoot me a message. I'll tell you where we're located. We're trying to get some people to read online from different places around the globe. Some of our family members, church family members in Japan or UK or any places like that. So if we're trying to figure out how to do that with an aux cord and plug it into the computer. So if anybody has an extra aux cord laying around, we'll test that out. So here we go. Leviticus 19. Laws of holiness. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, speak to the entire Israelite community and tell them, be holy, because I, the Lord your God, am holy. Each of you is to respect his mother and father. You are to keep my Sabbaths. I am the Lord your God. Do not turn to idols or make cast images of gods for yourselves. I'm the Lord your God. When you offer a fellowship sacrifice to the Lord, sacrifice it so that you may be accepted. It is to be eaten on the day you sacrifice it, or on the next day. But what remains on the third day must be burned. If any is eaten on the third day, it is a repulsive thing. It will not be accepted. Anyone who eats it will bear his iniquity, for he has profaned what is holy to the Lord. That person is to be cut off from person is to be cut off from his people. When you reap the harvest of your land, you are not to reap the very edge of your field or gather the gleanings of your harvest. Do not strip your vineyard bare or gather its fallen grapes. Leave them for the poor and the resident alien. I am the Lord your God. Do not steal. Do not act deceptively or lie to one another. Do not swear falsely by my name, profaning the name of the Lord your God. I am the Lord. Do not oppress your neighbor or rob him. The wages due a hired worker must not remain with you until morning. Do not curse the deaf or put a stumbling block in front of the blind, but you are to fear your God. I am the Lord. Do not act unjustly when deciding a case. Do not be partial. Do not be partial to the poor or give preference to the rich. Judge your neighbor fairly. Do not go about spreading slander among your people. Do not jeopardize your neighbor's life. I am the Lord. Do not harbor hatred against your brother. Rebuke your neighbor directly, and you will not incur guilt because of him. Do not take revenge or bear a grudge against members of your community, but love your neighbor as yourself. I am the Lord. You are to keep my statutes. Do not take revenge or bear a grudge against the members of your community, but love your neighbor as yourself. I am the Lord. Wow. You are to keep my statutes. Do not crossbreed two different kinds of your livestock. Sow your fields with two kinds of seed, or put on a garment made of two kinds of material. If a man has sexual intercourse with a woman who is a slave designated for another man, but she has not been redeemed or given her freedom, there must be punishment. They are not to be put to death because she has not been freed. However, he must bring a ram as a guilt offering to the Lord at the entrance of the tent of the meeting. The priest will make atonement on his behalf before the Lord with the ram of the guilt offering for the sin he has committed, and he will be forgiven for the sin he committed. When you come into the land and plant any kind of tree for food, you are to consider the fruit forbidden. It will be forbidden to you for 3 years. It is not to be eaten. In the 4th year, all of its fruit is to be consecrated as a praise offering to the Lord. But in the 5th year, you may eat its fruit. In this way, its yield will increase for you. I am the Lord your God. You are not to eat anything with blood in it. You are not to practice divination or witchcraft. You are not to cut off the hair at the sides of your head or mar the edges of your beard. You are not to make gashes on your bodies for the dead or put tattoo marks on yourselves. I am the Lord. Do not debase your daughter by making her a prostitute, or the land will be prostituted and filled with depravity. Keep my Sabbaths and revere my sanctuary. I am the Lord. Do not debase your daughter by making her a prostitute, or the land will be prostituted and filled with depravity. Keep my Sabbaths and revere my sanctuary. I am the Lord. I think I just read that. Do not turn to mediums or consult spiritists, or you will be defiled by them. I am the Lord your God. You are to rise in the presence of the elderly and honor the old. Fear the Lord. I am the Lord. Fear your God. I am the Lord. When an alien resides with you in your land, you must not oppress him. You will regard the alien who resides with you as the native born among you. You are to love him as yourself. For you were aliens in the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. I love this. Do not be unfair in measurements of length or weight or volume. You are to have honest balances, honest weights, length, volume. You are to have honest dry measure and honest liquid measure. I am the Lord your God who brought you out of the land of Egypt. Keep all my statutes and all my ordinances and do them. I am the Lord. The Lord spoke to Moses, say to the Israelites, say to any Israelite or alien residing in Israel who gives any of his children to Molech must be put to death. The people of the country are to stone him. I will turn against that man and cut him off from his people because he gave his offspring to Molech, defiling my sanctuary and profaning my holy name. But if the people of the country look the other way when that man gives any of his children to Molech and do not put him to death, then I will turn against that man and his family and cut off from the people both him and all who follow him in prostituting themselves to Molech. Whoever turns to mediums or spiritists and prostitutes himself with them, I will turn against that person and cut him off from his people. Consecrate yourselves and be holy, for I, the Lord your God, I am the Lord your God. Keep my statutes and do them. I am the Lord who sets you apart. If anyone curses his father or mother, he must be put to death. He has cursed his father or mother, his death is his own fault. If a man commits adultery with a married woman, if he commits adultery with his neighbor's wife, both the adulterer and the adulteress must be put to death. If a man sleeps with his father's wife, he has violated the intimacy that belongs to his father. Both of them must be put to death. Their death is their own fault. If a man sleeps with his daughter-in-law, both of them must be put to death. They have acted perversely. Their death is their own fault. If a man sleeps with a man, as with a woman, they have committed a detestable act. They must be put to death. Their death is their own fault. If a man marries a woman and her mother, it is depraved. Both he and they must be burned so that there will be no depravity among you. If a man has sexual intercourse with an animal, he must be put to death. You are also to kill the animal. If a woman approaches any animal and mates with it, you are to kill the woman and the animal. They must be put to death. Their death is their own fault. If a man marries his sister, whether his father's daughter or his mother's daughter, they have sexual relations, it is a disgrace. They are to be cut off publicly from their people. He has had sexual intercourse with his sister. He will bear his iniquity. If a man sleeps with a menstruating woman and has sexual intercourse with her, He has exposed the source of her flow, and she has uncovered the source of her blood. Both of them are to be cut off from their people. You must not have sexual intercourse with your mother's sister or your father's sister, for it is exposing one's own blood relative. Both people will bear their iniquity. If a man sleeps with his aunt, he has violated the intimacy that belongs to his uncle. They will bear their guilt and die childless. If a man marries his brother's wife, it is impurity. He has violated the intimacy that belongs to his brother. They will be childless. You are to keep all my statutes and all my ordinances and do them, so that the land where I am bringing you to live will not vomit you out. You must not follow the statutes of the nations I am driving out before you, for they did all these things, and I abhorred them. And I promise you, you will inherit the land, since I will give it to you to possess, a land flowing with milk and honey. I'm the Lord your God, who set you apart from the peoples. Therefore you are to distinguish the clean animal from the unclean one, and the unclean bird from the clean one. Do not be contaminated by any land animal, bird, or whatever crawls on the ground. I've set these apart as unclean for you. You are to be holy to me, because I, the Lord your God, am holy, and I have set you apart from the nations to be mine. A man or a woman who is a medium or a spiritist must be put to death. They are to be stoned. Their death is their own fault. The Lord said to Moses, speak to Aaron's sons, the priests, tell them, a priest is not to make himself ceremonially unclean for a dead person among his relatives, except for his immediate family, his mother, father, son, daughter, or brother. He may make himself unclean for his unmarried virgin sister in his immediate family. He is not to make himself unclean for those related to him by marriage, and so defile himself. Priests may not make bald spots on their heads, shave the edge of their beards, or make gashes on their bodies. They are to be holy to the Lord. They are to be holy to their God, and not profane the name of their God. For they present the fire offerings to the Lord, the food of their God, and they must be holy. They are not to marry a woman defiled by prostitution. They are not to marry one divorced by her husband, for the priest is holy to his God. You are not to consider him holy, since he presents the food of your God. He will be holy to you, because I, the Lord, who sets you apart, am holy. If a priest's daughter defiles himself by promiscuity, she defiles her father. She must be burned to death. The priest who is highest among his brothers, who has had the anointing oil poured on his head, and has been ordained to wear the clothes, must not dishevel his hair or tear his clothes. He must not go near any dead person or make himself unclean, even for his father or mother. He must not leave the sanctuary, or he will desecrate the sanctuary of his God. For the consecration of the anointing oil of his God is on him. I'm the Lord. He is to marry a woman who is a virgin. He is not to marry a widow, divorced woman, or one defiled by prostitution. He is to marry a virgin from his own people, so that he does not corrupt his bloodline among his people, for I am the Lord who sets him apart. The Lord spoke to Moses, tell Aaron, none of your descendants throughout your generations who has a physical defect is to come near to present the food of his God. No man who has any defect is to come near. No man who is blind, lame, facially disfigured, or deformed. No man who has a broken foot or hand, or who is a hunchback or a dwarf, or who has an eye defect, a festering rash, scabs, or a crushed testicle. No descendant of the priest Aaron who has a defect is to come near to present the fire offerings to the Lord. He has a defect and is not to come near the to present the food of his God. He may eat the food of his God from what is especially holy, as well as what is holy, especially holy from what's holy. But because he has a defect, he must not go. Oh, let me reconnect Instagram. For I am the Lord who sets it. Moses said to Aaron, his sons, and all the Israelites. Let me reconnect Instagram here. I'm going to come off and then come back on. All right. Stay with me, folks.